All right. Welcome back to day 2 of Strongman Corporation, America's Strongest Master, America's Strongest Woman 64 kilo, and America's Strongest Man 80 kilo. We have a full day of events ahead. Starting off very exciting with 2 events happening at the same time. So we will run that down for you real quick. For those of you, though, that are joining us for the first time today, my name is Katie Feely, and
I am Brian Feely, and we are back at the Broward County Convention Center in Fort Lauderdale at the Fit and Flex Expo.
We're more on the flex end.
More on the flex, definitely less on the fit.
All right, so we are going to be starting today with our masters in the max Kratos bar deadlift as well as the max height sandbag toss. So I'm going to be covering the deadlift for you, and the cameras are going to be going back and forth between the 2 events. We're going to do our best to keep up. There's 3 lanes of deadlifts and 1 of sandbag toss. So we're going to do our best to keep up with athlete names, weights that are on the bars, but you know,
heights.
There's going to be 4 people doing stuff all at the same time. So
it's going to be very exciting.
It's going to be very exciting
for everyone.
So the Kratos bar deadlift, each athlete will have 5 attempts to establish their max on the deadlift in a last man standing style. The athletes all have given their openers already. They're going to go in reverse order of the previous attempt, and they're going to stay in that same order for each round. They're going to be on that same bar the whole time. So there's going to be 3 bars until when the weights get heavier and enough athletes drop out. Typically we'll take it down to 2 bars and then a single bar, but we will see how that goes. So that's very dependent on what attempts are made as the competition progresses. Athletes are allowed to skip weights if they would like to. However, if they fail an attempt, they are done. Their score will be the highest amount of weight that they are able to lift, and there is no consideration for the number of attempts. So whether you get it on your first one or your 5th one, doesn't matter.
Yep.
Same deal either way.
Yep.
Everybody's conventional deadlift only, which is standard practice for strongman. Straps.
Oh, okay. It's all right.
All right. I think we're back this time. We just did a quick intro.
But you may or may not
You may or may not have heard that. So anyway,
because we're not sure where the audio went.
we're going to pretend that you didn't hear it and do this over again. That's no problem.
And it's going to be even better the second time
man,
around.
we've already had rehearsal, so we're good.
Yeah. So, or maybe you're just joining in now, in which case you have no idea what we're talking about, which is also fine. So we are here at the Broward County Convention Center in Fort Lauderdale, Florida for America's Strongest Master, America's Strongest Man 80 kilo, and America's Strongest Woman 64 kilo, all put on by Strongman Corporation. I am Katie Feely out of formerly Delaware / Pennsylvania and Power Plant Gym, and currently out of Miami.
Yeah, and Brian Feely, same timeline.
Same timeline. We happen to do all this together.
I know, it's weird.
Weird. So we are going to kick off with 2 events simultaneously this morning for our athletes. For the Masters, they are going to be doing a max Kratos bar deadlift and a max height sandbag toss. So we're going to have 3 lanes of deadlift, 1 lane of sandbag. We're going to do our best to cover all of that for you.
Yeah, despite Mortal Kombat in the background, we're gonna do our best.
It's gonna be great. So we're gonna try and keep up with the weights, the heights, who's up, and all that. But bear with us, and I'm gonna give you a rundown of the deadlift event to get started. So our athletes right now are warming up. They're giving their first attempts to the judges. They will have 5 attempts, rising bar format, to hit a max deadlift on the Kratos bar. Conventional deadlift only because this is strongman. However, straps are allowed. we are doing briefs, but no deadlift suits. So you'll see, we'll talk a little bit about equipment later if we can keep up with everything.
Keep up.
So that's the basic rundown of the deadlift event.
Yeah, so like Katie said, that's the Kratos bar deadlift, and then we are going to also have at the same time the Cerberus bag toss for max height. So a little bit of a different format on this than usual. So this is going to be a max height event. So athletes are going to get 5 throws in 60 seconds to establish a max height throw. The height will be determined by how high the bag goes. Obviously, when it crosses the plane of the uprights, the bag does not have to go over a bar like we're all kind of used to. If more than one athlete in a class gets the max height, the apparatus will do. So there, you'll see once the video starts, you'll see there's lights that kind of light up as the bar travels through. So if they hit that max height, then the bag gets heavier, and then they do another throw. You guys, this will make more sense when you guys start seeing it happen, and we'll try to keep up with what's going on for you. So your score is going to be your max, your highest throw. The attempt number isn't going to be taken into account like it usually is. So a lot of times if it's for over a bar, if you hit the same bar, the person that went first gets preference on the scoring. That's not going to be the case this time.
So again, we have a few events happening simultaneously, including this adorable child who nailed it, 12 feet, a new world record.
So much power the hat came off.
So we're, like I said, everybody's getting lined up now. Athletes are just taking their last couple throws, and the deadlifting athletes are getting their attempts into the scorekeepers and judges right now.
Yep.
So in this first session, the deadlifts are going to be most of the classes, and the bag toss, it's easier to do it this way. Bag toss is going to be men's 40 plus under 231, men's 50 plus open, and men's 40 plus open are all starting on bag toss. All of the other classes are going to be starting on the deadlift. In deadlift lane 1, we're going to have women 50 plus under 180, women 40 plus under 140, and women 50 plus, both the under 140s, the 40 plus and the 50 plus. On deadlift lane 2, we'll have women 40 plus open, women 50 plus open, and women 40 plus under 180. And deadlift lane 3 will be men 50 plus under 231, men 40 plus under 200, and men 50 plus under 200. And if that was all too much to take in, conveniently, you can see it all for yourself on strength.events. So if you go to strength.events and just click on America's Strongest Master, that will give you links to everything that I just said, and the score sheets, the roster, all the rules, everything you need to know to follow along with us today is all on strength.events.
Yeah, and just a quick rundown of the day. So we're getting started very shortly. So we're going to have this first session of deadlift and bag toss. And then around 10:30, we're going to switch over for the second session. Then around 12:15, 12:30, oh, I'm sorry. There's a little bit of a change in the schedule. So this is going to go from 9 to about 10:45. 10:45 will be the second deadlift session, and that is an estimate because a lot of times you don't really know with the deadlift like exactly how long it's going to take, but it should be pretty accurate. So that'll be the second session of deadlift and bag toss will be from 10:45 to about 12:45. Around 12:45, they're going to do the Sandbag Steeplechase. We will go over that event later in the day. And then I would say around 2:30 is going to be our Masters Awards. Our Masters will be done for the day. After that, around 3 o'clock, we are going to go back to our 80 kilo men, 64 kilo women for their deadlift session. So their sessions are going to be split. And then after that, around 3:20 is going to be our second session of 80 kilo men, 64 kilo women on the bag toss.
So the master or the open pros are going in a slightly different order. So they're all going to deadlift, and then they're all going to bag toss, and their event is slightly different. So they're doing deadlift for reps instead of max deadlift. So we will see that at 3 and 3:20.
Yes, and those sessions, obviously they're going one at a time because those sessions are much smaller. Around 4 o'clock will be their final event, which will be the steeplechase, and then around 4:20 will be awards.
What an exciting
day. So we've learned a lot of lessons yesterday. One of them is to wear sweatshirts because it is about minus 20 degrees in this convention center. We're still, we're new to this area. We're still trying to figure out how the southern Florida
indoor temperatures
work because they always seem to be really low. So yeah, good learning session yesterday. A lot of exciting stuff going on yesterday. Everybody's been doing a great job. The event has been running super smooth. All the planning that James did up front is really paying off. I had nothing to complain about yesterday, honestly. I mean, there's always I would say like a normal amount of chaos around any event because there's a certain amount of adaptation that you have to have for the
like
space.
The fact that we have a giant pillar in the middle of our space that we didn't know about until we arrived and had to set it up.
Yeah,
so.
And the fact that we were going to have Zumba and Mortal Kombat and all of these things going on at the same time. There's guys over there just literally just beating the crap out of each other with swords. It's pretty amazing. The Fit and Flex Expo here in Fort Lauderdale.
And we are about to kick off here. Our MC Junkyard is getting everybody ready to go on the floor here. And you'll see the athlete names should be fairly easy to track on the bag toss because it's going to be one athlete at a time. On the deadlifts, we're going to try and keep the names updated for you and the weights, but we will do our best.
Yeah, we'll try and see. I'm not exactly sure. There's a few different camera angles that they're going to be jumping around to, so we'll try and make sure that everybody can see what's going on. It's hard, it's tough. Everybody's doing the best they can to make sure everybody has the best view on the live stream. But if there's any improvements that can be made, we'll try and guide that as we're watching the stream here at our desk.
We love seeing you guys in the chat also, so please feel free to, as long as you're going to be nice.
Yeah, just don't be bored. People, come on, it's just boring. Just stop it.
Come on and hang out in the chat. Shout out to your friends and family members. Ask questions. If you have stuff for us that you want some clarity on, we are here for it. If you want to correct pronunciations of names, we're here for that. We like to make this as much of an open dialogue as we can. It's a nice, small community. That's one of the benefits.
Yeah.
Interactive live stream. Top that, Netflix.
Zero buffering.
But just real quick before we start, a quick shout out to our sponsors.
Yeah, so we got Zone Smelling Salts, Serious Steel Fitness, Cerberus, and Odd Objects.
As well as our live stream, which is being produced by Iron Vision Media.
Yeah. And we'll talk a little bit later. Like we're kind of able to get some time yesterday to kind of go around and mix with some of the Strongman related vendors that are here. So we'll kind of go through some of that stuff later.
Got some friends in the chat already, which is lovely to see. Try not to cause too much trouble in there.
Yeah, Cody.
I'm trying to keep track of 3 lanes of deadlifts from across the floor, plus y'all's chat, plus the score sheets, so. All right, it looks like we do have some opening weights coming in for our deadlifts here, so I'm going to run you through the ones that I have. In the women's 50 plus 140, Carrie Chase will be opening at 305. In the 40 plus 140, BJ Sagan will be opening at 245. Gina Crevati will be opening at 290. Kat Bechtold will be opening at 350. Lauren Guibert will be opening at 275. Sandy Caruco at 260. And Carly Oliveira at 320. Michelle Hicks in the women's 50 plus under 80 will be opening at 260. Kim Barnard at 275. And Kelly Bolton at 380. For the women's 40 plus 180, Rock Body will be opening at 345, Barb Remley 385, Joanne Mayall 365, Carrie Satterwhite 325, Latrice Lewis 305. And we are off. So we've got James Pierce with a good first lift there.
That was 425 opener for James.
Colleen Signs with a good opener as well. The lift at 305 for Colleen. So we are using a rising bar format. So the weight will be set on the bar. Any athlete that's taking that weight will go. Once every athlete that wants to take the available weight has gone, the weight will go up and it will not come back down.
Now we have Jeremy Maples making his first attempt on the bag throw. Looks like that kind of crossed the plane a little bit too early. Jeremy, hopefully a little bit more straight extension. There you go, that was a little bit better. So he has 60 seconds for 5 attempts. Third attempt, not quite as good as the second. I think the second right now is going to be his best. Attempt number 4. And this is a 40-pound bag. All right, so that does it for Jeremy.
And we have a good first attempt there at 305 for Sarah Sorensen.
So we got Michael Stoddard coming out for his bag toss attempts.
It's like we've got Michelle Hicks getting ready to take her first attempt on the deadlift at 260.
Sporting those figure 8 straps while getting and going barehanded.
So Jeremy's going to come away from his first bag attempt, 40 pounds to 15.5 feet.
Good lift for Michelle and a good lift for Rebecca Getman as well. Rebecca opened at 325.
The Highlander is, of course, wearing his kilt for this iconic event.
We got Michael Stoddard coming up for his first throw. Throw from Michael in his first attempt.
4 lights for Stoddard. Shauna from the Moolah Iron in lane 2.
Lane 2 deadlift, we've got Shauna Russell getting set, and we have Sandy Kruko making her first attempt successful. Mike Monarch getting ready for his opener.
So it looks like Michael Stoddard's going to take his 2 attempts.
Mike Monarch is opening at 455. Brian Packer has already successfully hit that lift in the same weight class. This is our men's 50 plus, and that's a good lift there for Mike.
We have Michael Anderson, his first throw. It's a good first attempt for Michael.
And an easy first attempt there for Shauna, opening at 305.
Not quite getting as high as his first attempt. Michael Anderson at 40 pounds.
James Pierce is getting his first attempt in at 425.
Anderson getting a good 6 lights on that.
Really good throw for Michael on his third attempt. He got 6 lights that time.
James with a good first attempt.
And Michael is going to call it there. I think the 6 lights on his third attempt is probably going to be the best.
Kelly Jones with a good attempt at 305.
Yeah, just Judd stepping up for his bag throw attempts.
Shelly, did you let Derek leave the house this way in the crop top?
Really good throw from Michael or Joseph on his first attempt.
Got Anita Varga on lane 2 getting ready for her opener at 3:05. And that is a good lift. See a little bit of that strongman ramping, which if you're more in tune with powerlifting would seem illegal. But here in our sport of strongman, it is very much not only legal, but a thing that we actively practice.
It looks like Joseph does a good shot at maybe maxing out this this height. No, not quite going to get there. Because last attempt, he had all but one.
Kindwin Chavez is up at 3:05 here, and with an easy attempt.
JJ not quite maxing out, so.
Kim Barnhart with a very easy attempt there at, I believe, 275.
We got Will Yeager stepping up for his bag throw attempt. And Cerberus bag toss.
And a good lift on lane 2 for Kristen McCarthy. At 3:05, I believe. Yes, that bar is still at 3:05. Mike Monarch getting ready for his second attempt.
Will's going to get one light on his first attempt.
It's 4:55, I believe, on the men's bar there. That is a good lift from Mike Monarch. Also a good lift for Lauren Guibert at 275.
Attempt number 3 for Will Yeager.
Looks like bar number 2 is going up in weight. From
another easy lift for BJ Sagan.
good lift there for Michael Craig at 485.
Bobby Spindell stepping up for the bag toss.
Got Eric Neal for his opener at 485. Eric strapping in, so it's another thing if you're used to watching powerlifting that you may not be used to in strongman. Strongman does allow the use of straps for deadlifts. Helps with the athlete's grip. Oh, we're gonna have 3 deadlifts at the same time. Good lift there for Eric at 485. A good lift for Michelle Hicks at 275. And a good lift also for Colleen Sines at 305.
Looking cool like the Iceman he took his hairstyle from.
That's going to do it for Bobby. And then we have Louis LaCour stepping up.
Joel Feinberg is on lane 1 for deadlifting, opening at 485. And Laura Lund on lane 2, opening at 345. Sorry, 305. That is a good lift for both athletes. Everybody's been handling these weights pretty well to get started. You're never quite sure. With the Kratos bar, it's longer, it's whippier, not totally. It might not be the same as what most athletes are lifting on in the gym. So if you have the opportunity to take attempts, especially in an event where the number of attempts is not factored into the score, sometimes it's helpful to take those earlier ones to get a feel for the bar. And a good lift there on bar number 2 for Jennifer Ash. That bar is currently at 325.
Looking at a 7 light throw for McClure.
Pierce is going to tap out at that lift there.
If I'm not mistaken, this is Getman's second
Rebecca
attempt.
Getman taking her second attempt. Still looking really smooth there at 305.
We got Eric Schutte stepping up. The bag toss. Everybody's kind of trying to figure out the technique for this. Not having to aim for a bar. People are kind of moving their positions back and forth a little bit to try and figure out what the best angle is.
Lauren Guibert taking her next attempt. Very easy still at 275. Mike Monarch is up for his third attempt. That bar Mike is on is at 485 currently. And that is a nice smooth lift for Mike.
We got Richard Brand stepping up for his back throw attempt.
BJ Sagan with a good lift at 275. Or that bar might be at 290 now, actually. I may have lied to you. Yes, that is at 290. So that's a good lift at 290 for BJ and a good lift as well for Anita Varga at 305. Michelle Hicks is up for her third attempt at 290.
Dan Gavio second up for the Cerberus bag toss.
A good attempt as well for Sandy Caruco at 290. Everybody's still cruising along here on these deadlifts. Michael Craig is up on bar number 1 at 485. Got weight changes on the other 2 bars right now.
So Dan Gavio is going to be the last man in this flight to do the bag toss. Looks like right now your leader, the best throw so far is 18 feet. Oh, actually 18 and a half. Dan managed to pull out 17. So your winner for that class in the bag for height is going to be Richard Brand at 18 and a half feet, 40 pounds.
Donovan Rascon is taking his opening attempt at 515. That is on the right side, or the front of your screen. That is a good first lift for Donovan.
William Hansen with a 1 late throw. Men's 50 plus open.
Colleen Signs at 325. Her third attempt. a little bit of knee collapse there. She can get over. Not quite. So because Strongman allows ramping, and a lot of times if you can get the bar up over your knees, you're going to be in a pretty good position. She's just short of that.
Let's get behind Strong Eagle.
Carry Chase with a good first lift at 3:05. And looks like Strong Eagle Armento also
Goes a long way in getting your down
with the good
command.
lift.
Make
Wendy
sure your
Wenzel
head is fully through.
taking, I believe, her first attempt. Yes, her opener at 3:45, looking like an opener should.
So our first competitor, men's open 50 plus, is going to walk away with 13 feet. That's William Hansen, and now we have Lonnie Parker up for his attempts.
Margaret with a 3-leg throw.
Laura Lund with her next attempt at 3:25. A little slow through the middle, but a really strong lockout there for Laura and a successful attempt. We've got Eric Neal coming up, as well as Jennifer Ash. Eric is at 485, and Jennifer is at 325. Jen with a little butt wiggle. Get ready to go. You'll love to see it. And a really nice attempt there for Ash, and a good attempt for Eric Neal.
That's it.
Kim Barnhart is taking her attempt at 2. Wait, that's not right. I have 275, but that's heavier than that.
So Lonnie Parker is going to walk away with 14 feet, so that for now puts him in first place in men's 50 plus open. And our last competitor in that class, Chris Porter, is going to come up for his attempts. Really good throw from Chris.
We've got Michelle Hicks up for her next attempt. And that was a good lift.
Yeah. As I thought, yeah, I was wondering if Chris was going to even take another attempt, and he was wisely just going to walk away with the win at 17 feet.
Taking just what they need to get points on the board, knowing they've got events later on.
Then we're going to move on to men's 40 plus open on the bag toss. Our first competitor, Stan Wright.
Steve Paul opening at 5:15.
Steve Paul, stronger together.
That's how you know it's serious.
And Lindsay San Giorgio also opening. Oh, just kidding. This is her second attempt, 3:25. Somehow I missed her first one. Sorry, team.
Stan is not going to register a score on that first throw.
Gina Crivetti setting up her
And a good lift there for Lindsay. Gina Crivati.
getting that bar line just right.
Gina is lifting 290.
Stan still trying to get one of those lights to light up.
And a good lift on the first platform for Thomas Heindel at 5:15.
It's a good effort from Stan. Next up, we have Neil Harmer stepping up for the back throw.
I'm seeing some old schoolers and chucks.
Lauren DeBear had a good attempt there at, I believe, 290. Sandy Rucco is up next, also at 290. that bar is heavier than 290. Because I feel like we've been on that for a while. That doesn't feel right, so I'm gonna check in on it. It's either 290 or 305. We're close.
A graceful pull by Kyman Chavez.
Good lift there for Kindwin. Kristen McCarthy on lane 2, attempting 305.
Neil Harmer with 14.5 feet on the last attempt.
345, sorry, 345. 305 is over.
And now we have Jonathan Ball for his attempts. Fortunately, a little bit out in front of it on that first attempt. There we go.
Good lift there for Rock Body on lane 2. I'm not gonna lie to you guys, I lost track of what weights we were on. You should see what's going on over here.
This is I love this.
We're
This
either
is
at 305 or 320 on that bar.
This is a very efficient way to get these events done today, but not so much for the live stream. So we're doing.
And a really nice lift there for Michelle.
So right now on the bag toss, we have Neil Harmer and Jonathan Ball both tied at 14.5 feet. So we're going to have Chad Shannon step up for his attempts. Good first attempt for Chad.
And I think that third lane is at 320 right now. So I believe that would be a PB for Michelle, if that is true. Those are always fun.
Yeah.
This is a solid lift. Michael Craig at 5:45. A good lift.
I think Chad managed to get himself into first place in this event right now with his first throw, so that's going to put him at 16 feet in first place for right now in our men's 40 plus open.
That was a good lift for Gina Curvati at 320. And a good lift for Wendy as well, but on a different bar, so different weight. 345 or 365. I think they just went up to 365. Yes, so that was a good lift at 365 for Wendy.
Charles Caruso with his attempts, not able to register a score quite yet.
Strong Eagle about to make an attempt at 545. And Sandy Rugo with a solid lift there at 320. Strong Eagle didn't quite get to lock out there. Put up a good fight. Got Carly Oliveira, I believe, taking her first attempt. Jennifer with a solid finish there. Easy rep there for Carly at 320.
So Charles Caruso, unfortunately, unable to register a score on the bag toss. So that'll move us on to Terrell Young.
Good solid lift there on lane 2 for Sarah Sorensen at 365.
Terrell Young, unfortunately, first attempt, no score.
Corey Tilbrook getting ready to lift on lane 2. This is her first attempt, so she's coming in at 365. Got Eric Neal on lane 1.
Still no score for Terrell Young.
With a good walkout there.
Now we're starting to get some heavy
At 545.
down for a lot of these athletes.
So our men's 40-plus opener throwing a 45-pound bag.
I think we all remember the old adage, if the bar ain't bending, you're just pretending.
It's unfortunately going to be a 0 for Terrell, which brings us to George Lucito. If I can get that out. Sorry, George.
You don't even want to use the jack. We don't need it. We're strongmen. I am the jack. I am the knight.
We've got Joel Feinberg getting ready on
Setting up for his third.
lane 1 there. I believe that bar is still at 545.
Really solid toe for George on his
And
first attempt.
Shauna with a good lift at 365.
Explosive pull over there.
Throw for George on his second attempt.
Through for Lucido.
All right, we've got, I think, 3 lifters coming up all at once right now. I'm going to do my best. It's a good lift in lane 2.
George trying to beat his earlier attempt at 17.5 feet.
So it's a good lift in lane 2 for Kelly Jones at 365. I believe a good lift
Very impressive throws.
for Kim Barnard as well at 335.
So George Lucido is going to walk away with 17.5 feet, which is good for first place in this category so far. Michael Gallagher stepping up.
A good lift for Rock Body there at 365.
What a flex.
Good throw for Michael Gallagher in his first attempt.
Joanne Mayo coming out for what I believe is her opener. Joanne is an excellent deadlifter. She's opening at 365 there on lane 2. We've got Brian Packer in lane 1. His pull at 575.
Michael Gallagher taking the lead on both of his first 2 attempts at 17.5 feet.
Packer's going to call it there.
Ooh.
Carly with a nice solid pull. As expected at 335. And a good lift as well for Carrie Satterwhite in lane 2 at 365. Got Latrice coming up. Looks like in lane 2. which is at 365. Carry Chase at 335. Slow but still steady. She's going to use a little bit of a ramp and a nice lockout there for Carrie.
So on those last attempts, Michael Gallagher moves himself into first place with 18 feet. So Randy Cole coming up for his attempts now.
A good lift for Michael Craig at 575.
And our first competitor to max out the apparatus, Randy Cole. It's 18.5 feet for Randy, so that means that he is going to get more attempts with a heavier bag if anybody else is able to max it out. And Joel Rodriguez.
So we've got weight change going on lane 2 and a nice lift there. Yes, for Donovan Rascon at 575. And next up at 575, we have Joel Feinberg. It's like we're changing weight on lane 3 as well, so we've just got Joel lifting on lane 1 now.
5 left for Rodriguez with 20 seconds left on the clock.
20 seconds left for Joel.
We've got Wendy up on lane 2.
He's got to keep that back straight and lean back. Using that belt.
Wendy with a successful attempt at 385.
Joel Rodriguez, 15.5 feet. That'll land him in 5th place for right now. James Monroe coming up.
Kim Barnard making an attempt at 350. And it's a good lift. Really strong lockout there for Kim. Steve Paul coming up on 575 here. Jennifer giving 385 a go. They didn't quite go on the first one. She's going to try it again. And it's not quite there today, but a successful lift for Paul at 575. And a good lift for Gina at 350.
Solid attempt for James on his first throw.
Ladies and gentlemen, James, the human shrimp.
Thomas Heindel getting ready to make his attempt at 575, and a good rep there.
Ladies and gentlemen, this is actual and factual. The trebuchet as opposed to the cattle. That launched 3
For Kat Bechtel
projectile 350 meters.
at 350.
James has got 20 seconds left. Technique, the 100 meters. He's got enough time for one more throw. And seeding his time.
Really solid.
Ryan Largay making his opening attempt at 575.
Really solid attempts from James Monroe. Walks away with 17.5 feet to tie for 3rd place. And then we have Fonz Nieves coming up.
Carrie Chase attempting 350. Nice easy opener there for Largay. Looks like that's going to do it for Carrie. We've got Quint, I believe, making his opener at 575.
Yeah. And Fonz is going to clear the height.
And Lindsay San Giorgio making her attempt at 385 on lane 2.
He only needed the
Good lift for Quint. And a good lift for Lindsay as well.
So right now, Fonz and Michael Gallagher will be coming back out at a heavier weight since they were both able to hit the 18 feet with 45 pounds. And then we have Eric Dawson stepping up.
Look at how tall Dawson is. Look at how tall the world's strongest Cookie Monster is. He's like already halfway to max lights.
It looks like we've got weight changes going on 1 and 3. And I believe Shauna Russell going for 385 there on lane 2. A solid attempt.
Shauna Russell with another successful for a little iron. I still don't know what eighth the unicorn
One
is.
light short for Eric in that last throw.
Kelly Jones attempting 385. Nice lift there. Should get a little more in the tank. Kelly Bolton opening at 380.
Oh, and on his last,
and it looked mad easy.
on his last attempt, Eric Dawson able to clear 18.5 feet.
Got Kindman on lane 2. Lane 2 has gone. Looks like lane 2 is currently at 385. Lane 3 is currently at 380.
We have our last men's 40-plus open competitor, Jonathan Wimberly.
And if you have better calves than me, you get dog too.
And a good lift there for Cat, I believe. Apologize. My view is actually the bag toss is in between me and the deadlift, so some of the last names and the people I can't see super good, but we're mostly getting it done. Got Michael Craig. He is up at 605. The weight has gone up on that bar. And a good lift there for McCarthy. That was Kristen's 4th attempt, I believe, and that was 385. Rockbody making her attempt at 385.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, interesting turn of events for our Cerberus bag toss for max height.
And a good lift there for Rockbody. Donovan Rascon making his attempt at 605.
We're going to see who can throw this the highest. I know either Fossil was one of them.
Looks like Donovan is probably going to have to call it here.
We're going to take that from a 45-pound bag all the way up to a 50-pound
Lane 2 there is at 385, and that is a good lift. Sorry, I'm completely blocked. I know that there's lifting, but I can't. Barb.
All right, so on our bag toss, the bag weight is going to go up to 50 pounds. The first attempts were at 45. We had a few competitors that were able to clear the apparatus, so they are all going to come out and throw 50.
Yeah, that's Barb Remley with a good attempt at 385. Got Steve Paul up with 605. And a good lift there on lane 2 for Joanne at 385.
Like I just, that's what did I manifest that? I'm magical, y'all. I just did that. You're welcome.
Steve broke it off the ground just a little, but see if he can come back and get it.
So Randy Cole on his first attempt at 50 feet was also able to clear. So that will be 18.5 feet at 50 pounds for Randy Cole.
And a good lift for Carrie Satterwhite at 385.
So this will be Fonz's first throw at 50 pounds. Three lights shy.
Thomas Heindel making his attempt at 605.
And Fonz is able to clear it. 18.5 feet at 50 pounds for Fonz.
And it looks like we are up to 395 on lane 3 there. Kelly Bolton. Good lift. A little uneven. That can be tough with the longer bar. Sometimes it can be hard to get centered, especially for shorter or smaller athletes. And that was a nice pull and good recovery there from Kelly. And again, these are deadlifts. They're allowing straps and briefs, but not suits. So most of these athletes lifting completely raw in terms of suits. So we're seeing some really solid lifts from all the athletes. Good lift there for Kat at 395.
Eric Dawson taking his 50-pound attempts right now. It's a close one. That 3 light shy.
Got Wendy at 385 there in lane 2. Oh, sorry, they went up to 405, so this is 405 for Wendy. And she's so close. Oh my God, couldn't quite get the lockout.
Yeah, unfortunately, Eric, I think, would have had that, but unfortunately he was a little bit out in front of the apparatus and didn't get a score for that last throw.
Corey Tilbrook now making an attempt at 405.
So that leaves us with a two-way tie right now between Randy Cole and Fonz.
We've got a weight change there on lane 3. Looks like that's going to be going up to 410. But I'm going to double check that for you. In the meantime, we've got Thomas Heindel at 605 and Corey Tilbrook at 405. Oh, sorry, that's not the right person. Lindsay San Giorgio at 405. Now that I can actually see. A good lift for Lindsay at 405. She still has one attempt left. Shauna Russell is up now.
Shauna Russell approaching that same weight, using those figure 8 straps. Coming here on behalf of the Mua Iron. She's still got time.
Not quite there for Shauna. She had a good run though. I think that was going to be her last one anyway. Yeah. So Shauna will finish with 385. And it looks like there's a little bit more time in between here. So once we get down to a smaller number of athletes remaining, the judges will give a couple minutes for the athletes who are lifting essentially back to back, just so you know, because they're maxing out here. So we want to give them a fighting chance. Heindel with a good lift there. He seems pumped, as he should be. Pulling 635. And a good lift for Bolton at 410. also going to take a run at 410 here. Oh, we've got 3 lifts at once. Got McCarthy with a good lift at 405 on lane 2. A good lift for Kat at 410, and a good lift for Largay at 635. Rock body going for 405 here on lane 2. She's going to tighten up the belt and get after it again. The longer bar is a little bit more forgiving off the ground if you can get it moving. Good lift there for Quint at 635. 365 is long in our rear view. We got weight changes on 1 and 3.
All right, and just a reminder, folks, we got 2 athletes that maxed out our light system.
And Barb Bramley on lane 2 with a nice easy lift there at 405.
50 pounds. We went ahead and added in some extra weight on here.
All right, so on our Cerberus bag toss, we will be taking the bag up to 55 pounds for the 2 competitors that were able to max out the light system. And that'll be Randy Cole and Adelfonso Nieves.
Joanne Mail on lane 2, taking her attempt at 405. It's steady with a really nice ramp to lock out. Very smooth. That's what a heavy deadlift should look like. Nice job there for Joanne.
First attempt for Randy Cole at 55 pounds. Looking like he cleared it. 18.5 feet.
Good lift there for Carrie Satterwhite. She is pumped. 405. 405 is a serious benchmark weight, so.
Okay, let's see if Fonz can clear this at 55 pounds.
So it looks like we've got both women's bars now at sorry, one women's bar is at 425. The middle one is at 405.
Fonz out in front just a little bit.
He's got the power. He's just got to get it in line with those sensors. Like I said, folks, the bag tosses were straight.
Kelly Bolton, 425.
He's got 8 lights and still time to max him out.
Fonz is going to not quite clear it this time and is going to walk away with 2nd place in this event. 16.5 feet at 55 pounds, so that makes the winner for that class Randy Cole at 18.5 feet, 55 pounds.
Kat Bechtold making an attempt at 425. Can she lock it out? She does. That was a really good fight for that lockout. And good judging. Patient judging. Patient and fair. By pro strong woman Erin Walkwood. As judges, when we're judging this stuff, we really desperately want the athletes to complete the lifts.
Nobody ever
We
wants
want
to
you to
hand
lock it out.
A 0 ever.
As soon as you hit it, we're going to give you the down. The nice people anyway. We would.
Maybe a little bit of a break right now on the bag toss, so we'll be able to just concentrate on the deadlift for you for a little while.
That's a nice change. Corey Tilbrook here, attempting 425.
Ooh, a little bit.
A good walk out there for Corey. Again, these longer bars, it can be hard to get centered, so you can see some athletes maybe being a little, like the bar being a little crooked. That'll happen. And we have a good lift for Ryan Largay as well, I believe. That bar, I missed some jumps on that bar. Yeah, so that first bar there is up to 665 for Quint. Lindsay San Giorgio is going to call it quits there. So she will finish with 405. And Quint gets it done at 665. Heinwin is up on lane 2. That bar currently at 425. It looks like Heinwin skipped 405. Which seems like a reasonable decision based on how fast that just went.
Interesting shoe choice. I've never seen anyone actually pull.
As a competitor, you want to see people you're competing against do really well, but then they hit it and you're like, damn it. I'm happy for you, but also now I have to do it.
Like I said, folks, color coordination is a good 20% of strength. Those purple shoes
Kristen
inside.
McCarthy at 425 here.
That's +2 strength. Oh.
She's going to get stuck just below the knee. It looks like she's going to give it another go.
McCarthy can get another rep in. Indeed.
Still got some time. Wanted to come up, but
Weight change going on. We're going up to 695 on the men's bar. And the women's bars are going to be going to, should be 445 and 440 respectively. We got Barb Remley up on lane 2. Barb is going to give this 425 the business. She made that, based on her walk-up, look like it was going to be tough, but it looked real easy. She's skipping away. She's got more in the tank. And she does have at least one attempt left, possibly 2.
Carrie Satterwhite approaching lane 2. Very calm, cool and collected. Very demure, very
Carrie Satterwhite making her attempt at 425.
Come on, Carrie.
Can she get it over the knees? Again, once with ramping being in play for strongman rules, for a lot of athletes, if you can get it over the knees, you can finish the lift because you can start to use that ramping technique. So not quite. So Carrie will be credited with her last attempt at 405. Looks like we've got just a couple ladies left here. Just a couple lifters remaining. We're just sorting out who's on which bar. The bars are roughly the same weights right now, so they may be looking to combine the bars and also give the athletes who are remaining a little bit more time between lifts, since there's only a couple of them left. While they're getting that sorted, we can give you a rundown of what we've got so far. So in the women's 50 plus 140 pound category, Carrie Chase successfully pulled 335 pounds. In the women's 40 plus 140 pound category, first place we had Kat Bechtold with 425, Gina Curvati with 350, Carly Oliveira at 335, Lauren Huer at 335, Sandy Caruco at 320, and BJ with 290. And then we are back to action already here on the men's bar, which is at, I believe, 695 for Ryan Largay. I'm going to double check that weight for you. Yes, 695. Ryan thinking about it, looking at it. It is nationals. He's got 30 seconds, of which probably he's got about 5 left. Maybe 10. I'm making that part up, to be honest. I don't know. Keeping track of the lifters and the weights has been enough. I can't do times 2. He is going to give that 695 another go, and then he's going to call it. Looks like we've got Quint coming up next there. So in that category, it is just Ryan and Quint remaining. So Ryan's going to be credited with 665, which was his prior successful attempt. So Quint can either pull this 695 for the win, or he and Ryan will tie at 665. Strapping in here for 695. Oh, and he's going to call it as well. So Quint and Ryan will tie for first in the men's 40 plus 200 pound category at 665 pounds, which I guess is pretty all right for an under 200 class. We'll take it.
Well done, Zambo. I still think your headbands are more stylish.
All right, back to the ladies. We got Kynwin coming up to take, I believe will be her last attempt either way at 445. 425 looks pretty smooth, so I imagine she's feeling pretty confident in this. I hope she was feeling confident in that. Well, I don't know if we're allowed to drop it. She's dancing, so sometimes you're allowed to drop deadlifts and sometimes you're not, and I actually am not 100% sure what the rules were for this one today. They are using bumpers.
Yeah.
And either way, the pull was very smooth and easy.
Ladies and gentlemen, I've got no words to describe what I'm seeing here with Remley.
Barb Remley
It is a sight to behold.
coming up to 445 here.
Uh-oh.
Barb gave the 425 a stare down and then pulled it like it was nothing. So
Wardrobe malfunction. There we go.
she's in it. She's focused. She's got this crazy setup. Like it's going to be real hard, and that one looked even easier than the last
Easier
one.
than the last one, yeah.
She's crushing these. And she still has another attempt left. And then she skips away again. I don't know. I don't know what's going on. But I like the joy. Lift happy, my friends.
Absolutely. Her process works for her.
Yeah, it works for her. And she took a solid win with that. So I don't know. She's got another attempt, but I don't know that she's going to take it. So the next closest in her class is 405. She wins. So it looks like that might be it. Yeah, I think we're done with both things now. Woo! So that was a thing that happened.
It was.
Let me keep giving you the rundown of who's in what spot. So we went through women 40 plus under 140. The women 50 plus under 180. In first place, we had Kelly Bolton with 410 pounds. Second place, Kim Barnard with 350 pounds. And in third place, Michelle Hicks with a PR 320 pounds. In the women's 40 plus 180, we have in first Barb, who they're changing the weights, so it's possible that Barb's going to come out and crush 465, but she's already got 445 in the win. In second with a tie, Joanne and Mayall and Carrie Satterwhite with 405 pounds. In fourth, Liz Patel Rockbody with 385. And in fifth, Latrice Lewis with 365. Women's 50 plus open, Kynwen took the win on that one with 445 pounds. In second place, Kristen McCarthy with 405. And in third, Anita Bardo with 325. Women's 40 plus open, Corey Tilbrook in first with 425. We have a tie for second between Lindsay San Giorgio and Kelly Jones at 405. Shauna Russell in fourth with 385, as well as Wendy Wenzel with 385. A tie for sixth between Jennifer Ash and Sarah Sorensen at 365. Laura Lund in eighth with 345. As well as Rebecca Getman in eighth with 345 and Colleen Sines with 325. James Pierce, our Masters 50 plus 200 pound men's category, 455 pounds. Men's 40 plus 200, a tie for first between Ryan Largay and Quint, who both pulled 665. Third place, Thomas Heindel with 635. 575 for Steve Paul in fourth place. In fifth, we have Joel Feinberg and Eric Neal tied with 545. And in seventh, Strong Eagle Armenta with 515. And last but certainly not least, men's 50 plus under 230. In first place, we had a tie between Michael Craig and Donovan Rascon at 575. Mike Monarch with 515. Oh, sorry, 575 for Mike and Donovan, and then Brian Packer at 545. Mike Monarch at 515. So that is all of the deadlifts that we saw.
Yeah, so going back to the first round of our Cerberus bag toss for height, I'll give you the top threes and all of the categories that have gone so far. So we had our men 40 plus 231s. In first place was Richard Brand with 40 feet to 18.5 feet. In second place, we had Joseph Judd, 40 feet to 18 feet. And in third, we had Dan Gavio, 40 feet to 17 feet. Then we had our men 50 plus open. First place was Chris Porter, 40 feet to 17 feet. 40 pounds to 17 feet. Lonnie Parker, 40 pounds to 14 feet. And then William Hansen, 40 pounds to 13 feet. Men 40 plus open. First place was Randy Cole, 55 pounds to 18.5 feet. Ildefonso Nieves, 55 pounds to 16.5 feet. And then in third place was Eric Dawson, 50 pounds to 17 feet. So it looks like all of our attempts from this round are done. So they are going to probably do some shuffling around of equipment here, and I think that we are scheduled to start the next session at 10:45. So I would imagine people are going to get a little bit of a chance to warm up some deadlifts and some bag tosses, and then we will be back with you in about 20 minutes or so. So
I'm pulling up my schedule.
Oh, okay, he's pulling up her schedule. I'm pretty sure that I had it right. I think it's 10:45. 10:45. So the athletes that were on the deadlift will be on the bag toss, and the athletes that were on the bag toss will be on the deadlift. So we're going to switch spots.
We're going to breathe.
We're going to have a breath. We're going to have a little break, a little walk around,
and then we'll be back.
And then we'll be back. All right, we'll see you guys in about 20 minutes or so.
Good? Good? All right, I'm here with Carrie Chase, everybody, who deadlifted how many pounds?
335.
Is that a PR for you?
It's not.
How many years have you been competing, Carrie?
14.
14 years. And how old are you? You said you were 35?
50.
50 years old, been competing for 14 years. What got you into competing in Strongman?
I was working out with a personal trainer that happened to be a strongman, and he started me doing events.
Awesome. What is it that you love about this sport so much that has kept you competing for 14 years?
It's always a challenge. I'm learning something new every single time I go to the gym, and the people are absolutely amazing.
And you'll hear that again and again, that this community is one of the best communities, one of the strongest communities that you'll ever be a part of. 14 years of competing in this. How much longer do you want to keep going?
As long as I can.
Until the wheels fall off. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
The next one. All right, here with another powerful lady, Kat Bechtold. She deadlifted, what was that again?
425.
And that was a PR today. Kat, that was pretty incredible. We're going to see that replay of that video on Instagram for sure because we captured that. What's going through your mind whenever you're pulling that off the ground? You feel how heavy that is. What's going on up here that helps you complete that lift?
I just know I'm strong and I can do it. I just keep telling myself, keep pushing. I don't know.
That inner voice, right? Do you have kids?
Kids, yes, two. A 20-year-old and a 18-year-old.
Are you stronger than them?
Of course. No, not my son. Not my son.
That's fantastic. And I have one more really important question to ask you. If you were going to be a dinosaur, what kind of dinosaur would you be and why?
Oh, I don't know. A T-Rex.
A T-Rex, why?
I'm a beast.
A T-Rex because she's a beast. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Yeah. All right, I'm here with Kelly Power Buns Bolton here. I'm slightly familiar with this athlete because she's mine. Anyways, Kelly, so today you had a great deadlift. What was that deadlift?
410.
410 pounds. Kelly, do you think you're the strongest person in your house?
No,
Why not?
because America's strongest teen lives in my house.
So this woman actually gave birth to the current reigning America's strongest teen, Cole Bolton, who's also here. Absolutely love that. Still got to ask you a really important question though, Kelly. Besides how awesome it was to give birth to Cole, who's now obviously a machine, what's the next coolest moment you've had in Strongman?
I think just coming to nationals, training to, because I wanted to, coming to nationals has been probably the coolest thing I've ever done because I wanted to do this comp. So going and training for open so I could do this comp was probably the coolest thing I've ever done.
And what do you love so much about this community that keeps you coming back?
How everyone's so supportive of everybody. It doesn't matter what anyone's doing. Everyone's going to stop and just cheer for everyone. And I love that.
And that's what we want to spread through this sport and let people know is about how amazing this community is. That's why we like to shed light on our competitors and have them talk. And Kelly, one last question. You've got to be a dinosaur. What kind would you be?
Oh my gosh.
It's not a trick question.
Ones that have the little things that go whoosh, and they go.
All right, that's good enough. Kelly Bolton, everybody. All right. I had to ask her what her name was for the third time. That was the delay there. So this is Kynwin Chavez, everybody. So Kynwin, you just told me a really cool piece of information about you that's even cooler than your deadlift. You have kids and you also have, what was that again?
2 grandsons.
2 grandsons. Are you stronger than them?
Yeah.
So your deadlift was pretty awesome today. What was that deadlift?
It was 445.
445 pounds. She's 51 years old. She has grandkids. And she's out here hitting 400 plus pound deadlifts in front of all these fine people. Can we get a round of applause, please, for Kynwin? So what got you into this sport? You said it was just 3 years ago. So you were 48 years old when you started. What on earth made you think, I'm 48, I want to pick up rocks?
Well, I've been following my husband training for 25, 30 years. And so it was my turn.
It was your turn? You were following who?
My husband. My husband's been competing for 30, 40 years.
Okay, so her husband's been competing for a long time. She just decided to pick up the mantle and run with it 3 years ago. I love that. So, next question then. What's the event you're looking forward to the most in the rest of the day?
I'd like the sandbag to be over.
She'd like the sandbag to be over, which is a pretty good thing to be over. All right, thank you so much, Kynwin. Good luck the rest of the day. All right, everybody. I've got Barb Renley here. I asked her that a second time, so it's correct. She's 48 years old, and you just deadlifted what today?
445.
445 pounds. Barb, I asked you about an interesting fact about you that most people wouldn't know. What was it that you told me?
I'm a dog groomer.
A dog groomer by day, a 400-plus pound deadlifter at 48 years old also by day.
Today.
So that being said, you're a dog groomer. What's your favorite breed of dog?
Ooh, let's see. Favorite breed of dog. Anything that doesn't bite me.
So if you were going to tell a family to pick a dog, which one would it be?
Oh, get a rescue dog. Go save a life.
I love that. Get a rescue dog. It doesn't matter the breed. It matters how you raise it. Remember that back at home. Barb, everybody, thank you so much.
All right, everybody. We are back. We're just finishing up our warm-ups. And we are going to move on to the next set of events, which is going to be the same thing. Just the groups are going to be swapped out. So if they were doing the Kratos bar deadlift in the last round, they are going to be doing the Cerberus bag toss and vice versa. So real quick, running you through the events again. So the bag toss is going to be a max height. So you have 60 seconds to take up to 5 attempts to establish a max height. The max height on the apparatus here is 18.5 feet. If they manage to hit 18.5 feet and another competitor in your class does as well, you will both be able to throw again with a heavier bag. The bags have been going up by 5 pounds each time. And then we also have the Kratos deadlift.
That's me.
That's you.
On the deadlift, the athletes have a maximum of 5 attempts to go up to a max weight. It's a rising bar, so once the weight goes up, it doesn't come back down. And also, if an athlete misses an attempt, they are done, no matter which attempt it is. All of the bars in this round will be making 30-pound jumps. On lane 1, we're going to have the 40-plus under 231 men and the 50-plus open men. And on lanes 2 and 3 will be our 40-plus open men. Probably when we get down to the last few competitors, those will get combined into one bar. We'll wait and see on that. You can actually see in this shot we're in right now, Brian and I are in the back here. Well, we're on actually on the side. There we are waving. So the throwing is in between us and the deadlifts. So I'm going to do my very best to keep you up to date on who is on each platform, how much weight is on each bar. But it's a lot, and I can't see it the best. So
bear with us.
Bear with us. And as always, I was not in the chat as much on this one because I was working real hard to keep up with what was going on. But we're going to try and also keep up with the chat. If you guys have questions or anything, please let us know. It looks like the lane 1 bar is going to start at 455 pounds and then make 30-pound jumps from there. Lane 2 and 3, I'm not sure yet because I don't know which athletes are on which lanes because it's all one weight class. But if you're keeping track at home, 30-pound jumps every time they change it.
And weights for the bag toss. So the women 50 plus 140 will be starting at 15 pounds. Women's 40 plus 140 will be 20 pounds. Women 50 plus 180 will be 20 pounds. Women 40 plus 180 will be 25 pounds. And women 50 plus open will be 25 pounds. Women 40 plus open, 25 pounds. Men 50 plus 200, 30 pounds. Men 40 plus 200 will be 35. And then last but not least, the men 50 plus 231 will be starting at 35 pounds. Again, if they are able to max out the height at 18.5 feet, you can go head-to-head with whoever else manages to clear it, and the bags will increment up by 5 pounds.
For what it's worth, we also do have live scoring available. So if you really want to dig into it and see what attempt everyone is on, how many attempts they have left, what weights they've hit, what heights they've hit, the best way to do that is going to be on the live score sheet. There is a link to that in the video description of the video that you are currently watching. There's also a link to all of the event rules, the jumps, and the live score sheet on strength.events. Everything is linked through there. Just go through the America's Strongest Master links. So again, if you know, that's where we're getting our information along with physically watching what we can here. But if you really want to dig in and follow along, the best way to do it is going to be for both events through the live scoring. Do a little 2-screen action.
Yeah, the Iron Vision crew has been doing a really good job, especially on the bag toss, of being able to kind of zoom back so that you can see the light. So the setup for the bag toss is a little different than what most people are probably used to. So what they've done is they've kind of rigged up a system of lights that are triggered by motion detectors. So as the bag crosses the plane of the uprights, it will set off those detectors, and you'll be able to see, you know, basically where they've been able to clear. So you may hear us say that was 6 lights, that was 7 lights, and then as soon as they put the actual height in, because I can't remember how 13 lights, 14 lights, 12 lights, I just can't remember. So just give me a chance. There's lights and feet and weights and all kinds of stuff.
Yeah, and if you can still see me in the background on this deadlift, you're going to see me being up and down and side to side and moving all around, trying
it's a sight to see.
To see everything. Yeah. So you can watch the lifting. you can watch us trying to see around athletes what's going on. It's fun for everyone. Yeah, we're going to do our best to keep you guys posted, and thanks to everybody for joining us. Your support is what helps us to continue to run things like this live stream, like this great event for the athletes. The sponsors obviously are a big part of this as well. Zone Smelling Salts, Serious Still Fitness, Cerberus, and Odd Objects. These events are not cheap to put on, so those are the people who help us, and the more that you watch and share this, the more we can work with sponsors, so it all contributes. So please watch, share, comment. All these interactions are really important for us and for growing the sport and allowing us to do things also like actually paying our pros, who you'll see this afternoon. Yeah. So Thanks for tuning in and participating. And
I think this will, you know, between this and the last session, I think this will be the most chaotic part of the live stream. After that, we're going to be back to
then it's going to be
single
smooth
event.
sailing. And the pros later are doing deadlift for max reps, so that will also be much easier to follow. And it looks like we are getting ready to go here with our first athletes. As soon as I know what starting weights are on lanes 2 and 3, I'll let you know. Lane 1 is going to be opening at 4:55.
So we have Carrie Chase coming up for her first attempt at the bag toss. Again, she has 60 seconds to make 5 attempts for a max height.
All right, we're going to kick off with Jeremy Maples here in lane 2, and Jeremy is going to open at 4:55. So lane 2 also starting at 4:55, and that is a good rep for Jeremy.
The sleeves over there for Maples. Make sure he doesn't stretch up those shins. A tactical
All right, so I'm looking at this setup, and it's looking to me like there's actually only going to be 2 lanes.
I mean, you have far less competitors on the deadlift
yeah, it
this
looks
time.
like all of our 40-plus open men are going to be on 1 lane instead of spread across 2, which makes everyone's life a whole heck of a lot easier. So it's Will Yeager with a good first attempt there at 4:55.
Looks like,
Oh, I'm going to sit down, man. This is going to be good.
yeah, much easier. Yeah, so it looks like Carrie is going to walk away with 15 pounds to 14 and a half feet. And our women 50 plus 140.
Got William Hansen getting set for his opener at 4:55. As well as Stan Wright, and that bar is set at 4:85 on lane 1.
And we have BJ Sagon coming up for her first throw. Just a little bit out in front, so that's not going to register a score. This is our women 40 plus 140.
And that is a good lift for Stan at 4:85.
So once again, folks, bag tossing is where strength meets skill.
Still not quite able to get one of those lights to light up. And again, this is a 20-pound bag for this class.
Good lift for Lonnie Parker at 4:55. Our next athlete up on the 485-pound bar, we have Charles Caruso.
So BJ, unfortunately, unable to register a score for that. So we're going to have Gina Crivati.
It's a good lift for Charles. Looks like we've got our first weight change there on lane number 2. That bar will be going up to 485.
Gina with 3 lights on her first throw. She's going with the long ways technique on the bag toss.
The hot dog.
The hot dog.
I don't know why the other way can't be a hot dog.
I don't know. Yeah, I mean, you could. Yeah.
See all this extra time that I have with the deadlifts.
I know.
I'll contribute
yeah.
for you.
She's
You're welcome.
Getting in here.
That is a good lift there on lane 2 for. See, I should have been paying better attention. Michael Anderson. That's what I thought, but I didn't want to do. I didn't want to say it wrong. Yeah, that was a good lift.
Over here messing me up with your hot dog talk.
And I know. I'm sorry.
All right, so Gina is going to walk away with 20 pounds to 14 and a half feet, and that's going to bring up Lauren Guibert.
Got Will Yeager on lane 2, 485. That's a good lift for Will. These athletes have to wait for the judges to give them a down command. They get the down command when their knees and hips are locked out and they're standing fully upright with the bar. Again, ramping, hitching, straps, briefs are all allowed.
No grip shirts.
No grip shirts.
You know, I bet you if you didn't tell them that somebody would put one on, somebody would wear one for a deadlift, I guarantee it.
Stan Wright taking his second attempt here, 485. So they just gave a little extra time there on that first platform, so the athletes who are lifting back-to-back got at least a little bit of a rest, which we need when we're doing a max effort deadlift.
So Lauren Guibert also is going to tie with Gina Crivati at 14.5 feet.
It was a good lift there for Bobby Spindell on lean 2 with 485 pounds.
We have Sandy Caruco stepping up for the bag toss.
Louis LaCour the fourth, taking his attempt at 485. And an easy lift there.
Good throw for Sandy. Almost took out the light system, but there we go. That's going to put Sandy in first, at least for now.
And a good lift there for William Hansen at 485. That was his second attempt. On lane 1, we've got Charles Caruso. Lane 1 also at 485 pounds, and that's a good lift for Charles.
And that's going to be 16 feet for Sandy, putting her in first place, at least for the moment. Going to have Kat Bexhold.
Neil Harmer talking to the judges, but I'm really more interested in his amazing cat shorts. Outfit of the weekend.
There you go. Kat's going to get 4 lights on that throw.
Got Chad Shannon at 485 there on lane 1 for the good lift.
30 more seconds for Kat. Out in front just a little bit.
Got a weight change on lane 2.
Unfortunately, out in front a little bit on that one, too.
So we got weight changes on
Special appearance by Derek Owen there.
both lanes.
.5 feet for Kat, and moving on to our last competitor in the 40 plus 140 with Carly Oliveira. Able to get 7 lights on that first throw. Getting really good height at the top, just needs to adjust a little bit so that the bag is crossing the plane at the height of the throw. Ooh, that was a good one. That was 8 lights, I think. One more run at it. Oh, 2.
That was a nice toss.
That was really nice. 9 lights. That's easily going to put her in first place. 17 feet for Carly.
Charles Caruso there on lane 1. With a good lift at 545.
All right, that is going to bring out our women 50 plus 180 category, starting out with Michelle Hicks.
Oh, sorry, that was Neil. I got the wrong person. I had the wrong name highlighted on my sheet. I'm going to blame the cat shorts. Very distracting.
6 lights for Michelle on her first throw.
Got Michael Anderson on lane 2 at 515. It's a good lift for Michael.
Michelle is going for distance there. We can make fun of Michelle because we know her.
Still love to see her get a height here. There she goes.
Oh, she registered already. I think she.
On the first
got,
one,
yeah,
I
she
couldn't
got
tell if
4.
the lights came up or not on the first one. Okay. It looked like a decent throw, but then I didn't. think
Yeah,
I
she
saw
got
the lights.
15.
All
She's
right.
going to end up with 15.5 feet at 20 pounds.
All right, we're deadlifting again.
That's going to bring up Kim Barnhart.
Kim Barnhart also choosing those tier lifters for the extra inches of height. And a good toss.
She is going to get 6 lights on her first throw. It's going to put her in first place for right now.
Neil Harmer also pulling in that 5 plates.
A good lift there in lane 1 for Neil Harmer.
It's going to give her 1 light, unfortunately, and also a healthy run to retrieve the bag. It's one of the things you got to be careful of this format. Is the further back you throw the bar, the longer it takes you to get it back to where it needs to be, so that you can take your next attempt.
Both bars now, I believe, are at 515. Yes, 515. So this will be Louis LaCour the 4th with a good lift there at 515. And now we've got Charles Caruso.
So stand corrected. That's actually going to end in a tie for first place between Michelle Hicks and Kim Barnhart at 15.5 feet, which brings up Kelly Bolton, our last competitor in women 50 plus 180.
It's a good lift there for Charles.
5 lights on her first throw.
So that first bar is at 545 now. So it's a good lift for Charles at 545. His next attempt will be 575.
Ooh.
Lonnie Parker coming up 515 on lane 2.
Neil Harmer getting another pull in. Hairs on his socks. That's funny. He's barefoot.
Lonnie's going to call it. Lonnie will be credited with 455.
So we end our women 50 plus 180 with a 3-way tie at 15.5 feet.
Oh, that's exciting.
Yeah. Splitting some points.
These athletes are just getting their warm-up bits in.
That's going to bring out our women 40 plus 180 category.
Neil is going to be credited with his last attempt at 5:15.
That's it. You are out. Terrell Young, the strongman centaur, coming to us by way of Georgia. I don't know this for sure, but I would assume those socks stand for International Association of Strong Friends.
We're gonna have Elizabeth Patel. Okay. Elizabeth Patel with her second throw coming up. Two lights on that one.
We get Terrell Young with a successful attempt at 5:45. Now we've got Joel Rodriguez coming up to 5:45 here on lane 1, and Jeremy Maples on lane 2. Also attempting 5:45.
And Elizabeth Patel, 14 feet, 25 pounds to 14 feet. Going to bring up Latrice Lewis.
Jeremy will be credited with his lift at 5:15. Joel Rodriguez staring down his 5:45 opener. Just waiting for some scoring to be input there on lane 1. And that is a good lift there in lane 2 for Michael Anderson at 5:45.
So Latrice so far, I think, has managed 3 lights. Was her best throw so far?
Got a weight change going on there on lane 1. Lane 2. We've got Bobby Spindell getting ready for his attempt at 5:45.
Sounds like there's actual murders going on behind us right now. There's some kind of martial arts stuff going on behind us.
Loud.
And they're so loud.
Somehow louder than Strongman.
Yeah,
It's remarkable,
it sounds
really.
like they're actually being killed. All right, so we're going to have Joanne Mayall come up now for the women 40 plus 180. This might be a good 4-light throw for Joanne. Joe Animal.
Who competes typically as a 64 kilo, so she's actually up in weight there. Competing up with Masters. I should get back to deadlifting though. Got distracted. It's a good lift there for Bobby Spindell. And I believe a good lift as well for Joel Rodriguez. Dawson coming in for his opener at 5:45 there on lane 1. Nice easy opener for Eric.
So Joanne manages 14.5 feet, which is going to put her in first place. 2 more competitors. Barbara Remley coming up next, and then Carrie Satterwhite.
Terrell Young in lane 1. He is going to be attempting 545 as his opener.
Really good
And
throw from Barb.
a successful attempt there in lane 2 by Eric Schutte at 545 as well.
Good second throw, but not quite as good as the first.
Showcase that centaur strength.
Good luck out there for Terrell. A little hitch again. Strongman. Hitch is totally fine, even encouraged.
We're gonna need JJ or Joseph Judd up next for those bulls. The Kratos Bar Deadlift.
Joseph Judd on lane 2, 545. This is his opening attempt.
So Barb is going to come away with the lead with 15.5 feet.
Easy opener there for Joseph Judd.
Last competitor, women 40 plus 180, Carrie Satterwhite.
Got Charles Caruso on lane 1, 545. Oh, actually, I believe he's the first athlete at 575 there. Oh, breaks it off the ground. Let's see if he can get in a groove here. Higher than the first one, but not quite high enough. Charles is going to call it. He will be credited with his successful attempt at 545. So that bar is currently set to 575 on lane 1. Jonathan Ball, his opening attempt here is at 575 on lane 1, and in lane 2, we have Richard Brand taking his opening attempt at 545.
So at the end of the women 40 plus 180 Cerberus bag toss, that's going to be Barb Remley in first place, Joanne Mayall in second, and Elizabeth Poltel in third.
Good lift there for Ball and Brand. 575 and 545 respectively. Got Chad Shannon coming up. Lane 1 at 575.
All right, first competitor up for the bag toss in our women 50 plus open is going to be Anita Vargo.
We've got William Hansen on lane 2 is at 545. Good lift for Chad in lane 1. There's extreme women's competitors behind us. They just let us know. It's extreme. I don't know what they're doing, but they said it's extreme.
An extreme hollering contest is what it sounds like.
James Monroe, good lift there at 575 on his opener.
It's baffling when you hand somebody a microphone and then they still yell into it.
Maybe we're doing it wrong.
So our first competitor, women 50 plus open, Anita Vargo, is going to fail to enter a score. So that brings up Kynwin Chavez.
small lady. She's already halfway to making.
And on lane 2 here at 5:45, we have a good lift from Michael Stoddard from Stoddard Strength. Oh, sorry, that was his opener at 5:75. I missed the weight change there. 5:75 opener successful for Michael Stoddard on lane 2. So lane 2 is currently at 5:75. I believe we have a weight change going up to 6:05 on lane 1. Currently still at 5:75 though on lane 2. Michael Anderson making his fourth attempt, sorry. Anderson will be credited with his last lift, which was at 5:45.
So Kindwin is going to end her attempts at 15 feet. Shut up. Maybe he's making fun of me as I say things wrong. Yes, 25 pounds to 15 feet for Kindwin.
Bobby Spindell on lane 2 at 5:75. Just got a little DNA cleanup to take care of first.
2 lights for Kristen McCarthy on her first attempt.
We've got DNA cleanup on and a weight change.
Oh boy.
Lots of activity here on lane 1.
Combo.
Bobby getting ready to go here on lane 2 at 5:75.
Yes, watch for the bag. So that's going to conclude our women's 50-plus open category. And in first place is going to be Kindwin Chavez with 15 feet, 25 pounds to 15 feet. Kristen McCarthy with 25 pounds to 13.5 feet in second place. And Anita Bargo.
Lane 1, we have a really good fight going there for Caruso. And Charles does get the down command there. Really nice fight.
First throws in our women's 40-plus category, 25 pounds with Colleen Sains. I'm being corrected. Signs. Sorry. Signs.
Looks like Charles maybe was out of attempts, but he did that anyway for funsies, so he's being credited with the 5:45, but I think that was 5:75 on the bar. Now we're going for a weight change.
Advantage of these zone throwing salts, JJ or Joseph Judd setting up with some figure 8 straps. That's what they look like. Let's see what this ball looks like. Decked out in red.
So unfortunately, Colleen not able to register a score, so it's going to bring up Laura Lund.
In lane 2, we have a successful lift there for Joseph Judd at 5:75.
One light for Laura.
Approaching for another pole, the fitness master.
Louis LaCour IV on lane 2. Doing 5:75 almost to the knees. He's going to strap back in and give it another go. In lane 1, we will have Sherelle Young at 575.
Like 605 on the bar for Terrell Young.
And Laura Lund is going to end up with 13 feet. It'll bring up Jennifer Ash.
Good lift there for Dan Gavio on lane 2.
Cerberus back toss. Oh, look at that speed from Young. Alan Connie, always a firm, fair coach.
And a good lift for Terrell. He is pumped.
A reminder to all my athletes, you will need to tell your scribe your next attempt.
Good lift on lane 2 for Richard Brand at 575. Chad Shannon getting set up on lane 1. He will be making his attempt at 605.
I hear he makes all of his physical therapy clients pull 605.
And a good lift there on lane 2 for Chris Porter at 575. Chad Shannon with a good lockout there. Had to fight for it through the middle. Got it done. Gives a little shrug.
So Jennifer Ash is also going to end up with 13 feet for a two-way tie right now. And that'll bring up Wendy Wenzel.
We need more than just bird dogs.
Go, George.
No height for Wendy's first throw.
George Lucido on lane 1, opening at 605.
Now, I heard a rumor that Wendy Wetzel actually trained for this event by throwing kittens up to a tree to later save them. Big save.
And a good opener there for George.
Three-way tie on the Cerberus bag toss for this group so far. 13 feet to 25 pounds to 13 feet is the score right now.
Michael Gallagher also opening at 605 on lane 1, and lane 2 is bumping their way up right now to 605 as well.
Looks like Sarah Sorensen has put herself in first base with her first throw with 2 lights.
And a good opening attempt there for Michael Gallagher at 605.
Beating his chest, ready to pull this weight up off the ground. A lot of these athletes are playing through some
In lane 2, we've got Michael Stoddard at 605.
won't stop them today. Now what's great
It's a
about
good lift, good speed.
you pulled it so quick.
Sarah Sorensen is going to take the lead with 14 feet. Bringing up Rebecca Getman.
We got Joel Rodriguez. Looks like he jumped from 545 up to 605. So with jumps that big, I'm guessing Joel's going to go pretty heavy. Assuming that he smashes this, which he does. A really good lift there at 605 for Joel. And it looks like a good lift in lane 2 as well for Eric Schutte. Again, both these bars right now at 605. It's much easier to keep track of this round
Yeah.
than the last round. This has been lovely.
like Rebecca put herself in pretty good shape with her first throw, but hasn't been able to.
Let's see what Dawson's got on this pole.
Oh, that's another 4 light. I think that was the same as her first throw. Looks like she is going to walk away.
Got Eric Dawson on lane 1, Joseph Judd on lane 2. Both men attempting 6:05. That is a good lift for Dawson. And a good lift for Judd.
And Rebecca is going to take the lead with her attempt at 14.5 feet for first place. 4 more competitors. Corey Tilbrook with her first throw. 1 light.
I'm dying to throw on this.
I
just want to make the lights light up. I don't even really care how high it
Doesn't
actually
matter.
is.
Yeah, just would make the lights light up.
I really would love to throw on this.
Yeah.
Give me the lightest bag. Have 2 attempts remaining. Richard Brand on lane 2 making his attempt at 6:05. Successful as well.
So 13.5 feet for Corey Tilbrook, bringing up Lindsay San Giorgio. Her first throw just a little bit out in front.
Jonathan Ball on lane 1 at 6:05. Everybody's getting 6:05. It's a good lift there, Jonathan.
A little bit out in front.
We've got a weight change here on lane 2, so that'll be going up to 6:35. And on lane 1, we've got Chad Shannon.
Lindsay San Giorgio ends with 13 feet, bringing up Shauna Russell and then Kelly Jones.
Looks like lane 1 also now is at 6:35.
Really good throw from Shauna. 7 lights for her on that first attempt.
Chad Shannon is going to call it there, but he will be credited with his last successful attempt at 6:05, and it's like not quite there for Stoddard on lane 2. So both bars now at 6:35.
Let's go, George.
I stand corrected. Michael Stoddard did get a down command on that. I just couldn't see through the bag thing, so it was a good lift at 6:35 for Stoddard. His next attempt will be 6:65.
Shauna Russell in the bag toss, taking over first place with 16 feet. And that brings up our last competitor in the Women's 40+ Open, which is Kelly Jones.
Good lift for George Lucido at 6:35. And Eric Schutte in lane 2 is going to say no thank you and take his last credited attempt at 6:05.
That was fucking sexy, George. Do it again, but harder.
Good throw from Kelly, unfortunately just a little bit out in front.
James Monroe, his last attempt was at 5:75. He skipped the 6:05 and is going directly to 6:35. So I'm guessing James is feeling pretty confident. Hopefully we'll see another big pull there. And that's a good lift for James. And in lane 2, we've got Joseph Judd at 635. That is a good lockout there for Judd.
That wraps up our women 40 plus open for the bag toss. Kelly Jones with 15.5 feet. So first place in that event was Shauna Russell with 16 feet, Kelly Jones with 15.5, and Rebecca Getman with 14.5 feet. That should bring up James Pierce in our our men's 50 plus 200 pound category.
We've got Dan Gavio in lane 2 at 635. And coming up in lane 1, we have Jonathan Ball at 665. So lane 1 has gone up to 665.
See, 30-pound bag that James is throwing. Just got 2 lights on that last attempt.
Dan Gavio with a good lift at 635, and Ball with a good lift at 665.
And James is going to manage 14 feet, 30 pounds to 14 feet.
Strong lockout there on lane 2.
That'll bring up our men 40 plus 200 pounds.
Richard Brand. Terrell Young on lane 1, getting hype. He was pretty pumped for his last lift. He went from 605 to 665. A bold move. Oh. So the risky run, skipping a jump, is that now he's going to be dropped back to 605. So save some energy, but it's a trade-off, right? Because if you hit the 665, awesome, you've saved some energy. But you miss, if you miss that lift, then you're dropping all the way back. So it is a strategy.
First throw of our men 40 plus 200. Strong Eagle Armenta.
George Lucido attempting 665 in lane 1, and there's a weight change going up to 665 in lane 2.
Same amount of power as last time, George.
Michael Stoddard will be up in lane 2 to take that 665. It's a good lift for Lucido in lane 1.
Strong Eagle Armenta, 15 feet, 35 pounds to 15 feet. Eric Neal, Training Center Gym, Newcastle, Delaware. Good throw for Eric. Unfortunately, just a little bit out in front, so he's only going to manage 2 lights on that one.
It's got Michael Gallagher on lane 1 at 665. So Michael also skipped 635. So similar strategy to Terrell. We'll see if it plays out a little bit better here for Michael Gallagher.
Oh, very nice for Eric. 7 lights.
Oh. And Gallagher. Looks like he got the dizzies. The back.
Oh, sit down, Mike.
Oh, I wish he would sit down. So again, this is a risky run, skipping attempts.
So really good throw there from Eric at 16 feet, 35-pound bag to 16 feet.
All right, coming up here on lane 1. Got Joel Rodriguez. Joel also skipped 6:35. I feel like a lot of these guys could have gotten a lot more points on the board here if they hadn't all made this big jump. We'll see. Worked out for Joel Rodriguez, which is great. And because of that, that's going to score him significantly bigger points too, because there's going to be ties in this event, so points are going to be split. And if you can be the person that comes out above where a bunch of the athletes split, that works out really well in terms of points. So good move there for Rodriguez. James Monroe now going to take his attempt at 6:65 in lane 1, and we've got Stoddard getting ready for his attempt at 6:65 in lane 2.
So Joel Feinberg able to tie Eric Neal at 16 feet, two-way tie for first place right now, and that brings up Steve Paul.
It is a good lift for both lifters at 6:65.
Steve Paul, stronger together. Really good follow throw for Steve on his first attempt. 9 lights.
100 lights.
Just 9. Another really good throw for Steve.
101 lights. There's no one actively deadlifting right now, so.
So Steve able to clear. So that will set him up at 18.5 feet. If somebody else is also able to manage 18.5 feet, they will go to 40 pounds.
Randy Cole opening at 6:65 there on lane 1. We've got 3 athletes in that class opening at 6:65. And in lane 2, good opener there for Randy. Lane 2, we've got Joseph Judd. He's going to say no thank you. He'll be credited with his last successful attempt at 6:35.
Good throw from Thomas.
We've got Jonathan Winberly in lane 1. One of our other athletes opening at 6:65. In lane 2, we've got a nice ramp coming here from Dan, and I couldn't see if he got the down command or not. We'll have to wait for a second.
It's hard to tell when the judges are just laughing.
Yeah, they're having a great time over there, but I don't know if he got the lift or not.
Is it a good laugh? Is it a bad laugh? I don't know.
Is it he's just happy to be here, not dying? 6:65 is what he is credited with. So good lift there for Dan.
So a second place throw for Thomas Heindel in his attempts at 16.5 feet. That'll bring up Ryan Largay.
Good Alfonso Nieves on lane 1. He is our 3rd athlete in the class that is opening at 6:65. Holy moly. He's got some left.
Ooh, really close throw for Ryan.
We got Rich Brand there on lane 2, and he is going to get a good lift there at 665. He is pumped in his jorts. How can he not be pumped in deadlift jorts?
Remember, Dawson, if you get this, I'll split my peanut butter cup with you.
Eric Dawson with a good lift in lane 1. That's 665. He also jumped from 605 to 665, so sometimes it works.
So Ryan Largay is going to move himself into second place with 17.5 feet. That brings up our last competitor in men 40 plus 200 with Quint Zambone.
And a good lift there in lane 2 for Chris Porter at 665.
Really nice throw from Quint on his first attempt.
The bar in lane 1, I believe, going up to 695. Oh, both bars, it looks like, going up to 695.
Really close from Quint.
Let's see if we can get 11. Not quite registered from center, but has a good height on there.
20 seconds left for Quint. Let's see if he can pull this out. Close, but not quite. So Quint's going to end up with 17.5 feet. So we're going to have a tie for second place between Ryan Largay and Quint Zambone. And then in first place, we're going to have Steve Paul, Stronger Together.
Steve Paul apparently has an entire watch party going on for the soccer team that he coaches. They're all cheering. Thank you for sharing that. Go Team Steve Paul.
Brian Packer throwing now. 35-pound bag, men's 50 plus 231.
That was a good lift at 695 on lane 1 for Jonathan Ball. Now we've got George Lucido making his attempt at 695.
Let's go, George. This is what you work for.
Michael Stoddard on lane 2. Also at 695. Can he lock it out? Yes, he does. Really gutsy lockout there from Stoddard. He should be very pleased with that. Gives the crowd a wave. Lucido there with a really textbook ramp to finish that lift.
Great work by Lucido.
Good lift at 695 for Lucido. He might need a little help standing up, but the important part's done, so. Both bars now at 695. Once we have another little break, I will try and fill y'all in on where we stand points-wise.
So our first 50 plus 231 competitor, Brian Packer, ends with 16 feet. That'll bring up Mike Monarch. Very nice throw from Mike on his first attempt.
We've got Joel Rodriguez in lane 1 attempting 695.
Another really good throw from Mike.
Joel is going to call it there. He'll be credited with his last successful attempt at 665. Next up in lane number 1, we have James Monroe.
Mike Monarch is going to manage 17 feet. That'll bring up Michael Craig and then Donovan Rascon.
quite get it on that first pull. He's going to go ahead and call it there. Judges are here for more than just judging. They'll help you stand up. They'll make sure you're not hurt. They'll make sure that if you pass out, they'll catch you. They'll catch you.
Make sure you don't run towards the light.
Full service judging here at Strongman Corporation Masters.
From 7 to 8, let's see if we can make 9.
All right, up next on the deadlift. We have Randy Cole. Randy coming in at 695. I hope you guys can hear these absolutely screaming children behind us.
So that's going to be 16.5 feet for Michael Craig, putting him in second place.
Convention centers are so fun.
Last competitor at men 50 plus 231 is going to be Donovan Rascone.
And a good lift there for Randy in lane 1. He still has quite a few attempts left.
No lights for Donovan. One light for Donovan.
If Cole can be the Super Hope, I'm going to be Dr. Strange Man.
Eric Dawson in lane 1 at 695. It's possible that they've combined the 2 lanes at this point because they're both at 695, but keep you posted. Good lift there for Eric.
So our last competitor for the Cerberus bag toss for max height, Donovan Rascone, 14 feet, putting him in 4th place in the event. So the way that that shook out was Mike Monarch in 1st place at 17 feet, Michael Craig in 2nd place, 16.5 feet, Brian Packer in 3rd place with 16 feet, and then Donovan Rascone in 4th with 14 feet.
So we are down to our last 5 lifters. They will be going up to 725. So still in the running, we have Jonathan Ball, who has 1 attempt left, Randy Cole with 3 remaining attempts, Jonathan Winberly and Fons Nieves, both with 4 attempts remaining, and Eric Dawson with 1 attempt remaining. All of these gentlemen are in the men's 40 plus open category, and they will be going up to 725 pounds. It looks like everyone except Jonathan Winberly will be taking that 725 attempt. Jonathan has opted to jump to 755. As we're getting weights changed here, give you a quick rundown of the other classes. So our men's 40 plus under 231. Oh, just kidding. We're about to start lifting again. I'll give you a rundown later. Jonathan Ball, our first lifter. This is his final attempt either way. He's at 725. And not today for Jonathan. So he'll be credited with his last successful attempt, which was at 695. All right, next up, we have 4 athletes remaining. Randy Cole, Jonathan Wimberly, Hans Neves, and Eric Dawson. Just giving these guys a little bit of extra time as we get down to the last couple athletes. They don't want them to have to go too fast on these max effort lifts, so just giving them a little extra time between the attempts. In the men's 50+ open category, we had Chris Porter in first place with 655 pounds, William Hansen in second with 515, and Lonnie Parker in third with 455 pounds. And it looks like we have our next athlete coming up, Randy Cole. Randy will be making, this is his third attempt, 725.
Hope you guys can hear us. We can barely hear ourselves at this point. There's some garbage going on behind us.
I'm sure they're having a great time.
I'm sure they're having a fantastic time.
Here goes Randy. Nice lift for Randy there. It's going with a much more back dominant pull, but it's working, and I think he just said, I'm done. So he does technically have 2 attempts remaining, but I don't know that he's going to take them. So Randy with 725. So 2 more athletes attempting this weight.
So we got Jonathan Wimberly went up to 755 for his next attempt.
Looks like Fonz is coming up next here at 725. 3 athletes remaining. Here he comes. Look at these calves. I'm not sure how that's going to contribute to the deadlift, but...
I mean, does it matter?
No. He's looking solid coming in.
Do your calf raises, kids.
Fonz training with Team East Coast Iron out of New Jersey. And a nice smooth lift there at 725 for him. He still has 3 attempts remaining. He will put 755 in as his next attempt, and Eric Dawson will be our next lifter. And last lifter at this weight. Eric with a good cheering section here. He's going no straps, mixed grip. Not today for Eric. He will be credited with his last successful attempt at 695. So athletes are allowed to use straps. They're not required to use straps. I personally am not a straps user because I like to use this as little extra stuff to distract me as possible. For some athletes, grip is not the thing that goes. Like for me, my back is going to go before my grip goes. So I'd rather not mess around with straps. I go with the mixed grip. Most athletes will opt to use the straps though and go double overhand.
Loading up the bar to 755 for Jonathan Wimberly.
2 athletes remaining. Jonathan, who jumped from 665, so he skipped that jump at 695. So hopefully he's confident in this 755. We saw earlier some of the athletes that skipped a jump in between. It worked out well. Some of them, it worked out less well.
Jonathan's looking pretty cozy.
He's looking pretty calm about this whole thing, so. Yeah, he seems fine.
Seems all right.
It's a good lift at 755 for Jonathan.
3 attempts left for Jonathan, too.
We'll probably take a couple minutes here for Alfonso to rest. While that happens, I'll give you the rundown of the 40 plus 231 deadlifts. In first place, we had Michael Stoddard with 695. In second place, we had a tie between Dan Gavio and Richard Brand at 665. In fourth, Joseph Judd with 635. In fifth, Eric Schutte with 605. Tied for sixth with 545, we had Bobby Spindell and Michael Anderson. And Louis, I keep wanting to call him Louis LaCour. Louis LaCour, also 545. So three-way tie for sixth. In ninth, Jeremy Maples, 515. And in 10th, Will Yeager with 485. So we have, looks like Jonathan has called 785 as his next attempt. So.
All right then.
He's hit the 755. So we'll see if Fonz hits the 755. If he does, then Jonathan will take that 785. If he doesn't, we'll see if Jonathan wants to go or not. The athletes do have one remaining event today, the Cerberus Sandbag Steeplechase. So a lot of similar muscle groups to the deadlift. There's definitely grip, whole posterior chain, plus a weekend of events that are heavy.
Plus the old.
Plus the old. I wasn't going to say it, but
I'm allowed.
Brian's old, so he can say it. So, you know, it's a judgment call. But if you're feeling good and you have the opportunity, it's not.
Sure. Typically
when we're doing max deadlifts, you don't do that more than once or twice a year. So if you're feeling good and you have the opportunity, sometimes it's worth it to take it. We'll see how this plays out. But it hinges on Fonz hitting the 755. So speaking of what we have coming up next, we are scheduled for the Sandbag Steeplechase to begin at 12:45. So we're going to have a pretty solid break. We moved nice through this deadlift sandbag event. So we'll have a little break till 12:45 for the Sandbag Steeplechase. We'll reset the field. And then we'll have the Masters Awards after that, followed by a whole afternoon of pro lifting.
Always have to plan for the worst on these max events because you never know how long it's going to take.
Yeah, even when you set a limit on the number of attempts, you just don't know.
Yeah, so. I think James did a great job of estimating this stuff out.
It's definitely better to overestimate than underestimate. If you've ever been to Beer Muscles or another Power Plant gym event that I've run, I've
never been bummed out about something being ahead of schedule.
Except for one competition I did where there was literally zero break.
Yeah.
Well, like it was you went right from.
That's a little bit of a bummer.
Competing directly into barely time to warm up, if any, and directly I didn't catch my breath. I think we did all 5 events in 2.5, 3 hours.
Yeah, it was quick. It was great. It was great for me because we got right out of there.
It was great for the spectators. The athletes were
not so much for you. Yeah.
So that's abnormal for me, as I mostly compete at a local and regional level, or nationals, which is the opposite end of the spectrum, where there's big gaps between.
Yeah, huge sometimes. Depending on
the pros that are competing in the smaller classes, when there's 8-10 athletes, they're used to, especially because the sport's been televised more recently, which is awesome, but it makes it more exciting for the viewers, but it makes it real hard for the athletes because you're cruising through those events. So on that note, Fonz is back. He's ready. We've got 755 on the bar.
I'm well familiar with those iron mine straps. Those are strong enough straps.
Fonz strapping in here.
Let's see if even Fonz will be avalanche here. Let's go make quick work.
Let's see if he's going to push Wimberly to make that 785 pull or not. I hope so, because I want to see a 785 pull.
A little misgrooved on that first pull there.
There it is.
Oh, it was coming wanted to come
quite.
off the floor, but not quite. So let's see
Hans
what
is going to walk
Jonathan
away and leave with his last successful attempt at 725. We'll see if Jonathan wants to come out and take this 785, or if he wants to send it, or if he's going to be like, I will save my back for these.
Picking up these
the
bags.
steeplechase.
Yeah.
Having a little chat with him now.
Just leaves Cole. That just leaves the Steeple.
And he's gonna leave it. So Jonathan will take the win on that event at 755. We have a tie for second place at 725 between Randy Cole and Ildefonso Neves. In fourth place, there is a tie with 695. We have Eric Dawson, Jonathan Ball, and George Lucido, all pulled 695. Tie for seventh at 665, Joel Rodriguez and James Monroe. Chad Shannon, Terrell Young with 605 in ninth place.
Yeah.
Tied. So again, all the scores are on strength.events if you want to see the live scoring and follow that. And we will be going into the steeplechase. We have 45 minutes. So if you want to like make some lunch, this is a good break. Maybe
Yeah,
take
so
a little
we're
power
gonna do
nap. We're going to
something.
get some lunch.
Yeah.
And we will be back on with you guys. We'll start a little bit before that to give you a rundown of how the event works. And then we'll get into it.
Yeah, so our masters are almost done for the day. They have one more event starting around 12:45. They should hopefully be wrapped up 2:30-ish.
Well, hopefully, because we're 3 o'clock is start
it
time.
got pushed back a little bit. We have a paper that says one thing and then something that says something
Real
else.
life says something else.
But anyway, yeah. So the point is we're one event away from our masters being done. It's going to be the Cerberus Sandbag Steeplechase. Yeah, so stick with us. We are at the Fit and Flex Expo at the Broward County Convention Center in Fort Lauderdale, Florida.
With Strongman Corporation,
Strongman
America's
Corporation.
strongest master.
Our sponsors, thank you again. As always, Zone Smelling Salts, Serious Steel Fitness, Cerberus, and Odd Objects. Thanks to all the volunteers that have been keeping everything running so well all weekend. Thanks to Iron Vision Media for the amazing live stream that has been going on all weekend. These guys have been bringing you a real quality feed this weekend.
All right, go have lunch.
Go have lunch.
We'll see you all in
We're gonna
about
do the same.
40 minutes.
We'll see you soon. Bye-bye.
setting up these sandbags for our steeplechase event.
All right, and we are back. We are about to get started with the Cerberus Sandbag Steeplechase live from the Broward County Convention Center.
From the Broward County
Live.
Convention Center in Fort Lauderdale, Florida. This is our 5th and final event. 6th and
Masters.
final event. It was a little confusing because there was 2 at the same time this morning.
Yes. Yeah, so this is going to be the final event for all the Masters today. That'll close out the Masters competition.
So for this event, the athletes have 2 sandbags and 2 bars. The bars are about 15 feet apart from each other. Not about, literally exactly. We have a 30-foot course here. The athlete will... the sandbags have 2 weights, so they'll carry the lighter sandbag, load it over the bar, pick up the second sandbag, load that over the bar, and then repeat. Pick up the light one, load it over the bar, pick up the heavy one, load it over the bar. They are allowed to shoulder the sandbag. They do have to start with the lighter one, and they have to load both bars over the first bag, or both bags over the first bar, and then both bags over the second. So you can't do the light one all the way through and then the heavy one all the way through. You gotta go 1 bar, 2nd bar. The bars are long enough. Ooh, I'm gonna be messing up these all.
You're getting there.
Yeah, it's good. The bars are long enough that both bags can go over them without running into each other. There will still be some technique involved in this, obviously, in terms of like not throwing bags all willy-nilly. And we are taking split times. So speed, even if you don't complete the course, speed will matter. And the score will either be the time to complete the entire course or the split times and however many you did get. There's no distance. So if an athlete drops a bag halfway between.
So number of successful loads and time. No distance. So equipment allowed: gloves, chalk, sleeves, knee wraps, belt, stretchy, short, brief,
Pretty
reband.
much everything
blah, blah,
is
blah,
fine.
blah. Everything's okay.
No
Prong and lever
suits.
belts must have the buckle turned to the back to protect the sandbags. Nobody wants to clean that up. Not allowed: tacky, spray tack, rigid briefs, or deadlift suits.
All the sandbags are from Cerberus, and we are, oh my gosh, I thought we were starting, and I was like, I wasn't ready. We were getting set up here, so we're back to doing 1 class at a time. This will be much easier for everyone to follow. So we're going to be starting with Carrie Chase in the women's 50 plus 140. And these sandbags are 132 and 150. And the bars are 40 inches for the first bar and 44 inches for the second bar.
And it looks like we are about to get started with our first athlete, Carrie Chase. She will be using a 132, 150 sandbags. And here she goes with the first bag. It's that pretty easily.
So it'll be important for the athletes to get the bags up nice and high on their chest for the carry if they want to get a good time, so they don't have to stop and repick or reset in their lap or on their chest. If the bag is heavier and they need to do that, they can stop and regrip it, but obviously that does take time. So that initial pick is really important in this event. So yeah, that was a nice one there from Carrie. That was better job getting it high on her chest going in, which is good because the second bar is 4 inches higher than the first one, and she's done. So that'll finish out the weekend there for Carrie. In our women's 40 plus 140 category, they will be using a 150 sandbag and a 175. Bar heights are the same, 40 and 44. And the athletes are going in reverse order of their current placement. So right now we have Carly Oliveira in first place, Sandy Caruco in second, Kat Bechtold in third, Lauren Guibert in fourth, Gina Curvati in fifth, and BJ in sixth. So we'll have BJ and Gina in the first heat once we get these sandbags set up.
Shout out to all our sponsors.
It looks like, unless something real wild happens, Carly will end up winning this category, but the rest of the podium is very much still up for grabs in this event with Sandy, Kat, and Lauren.
So these 140s will be using 150, 175 bags, 40 and 44 inch on the bars.
Lauren Guibert and Kat Bechtel, you guys are on deck with Sandy Caruco and Carly Oliveira in the hole. Sandy Caruco and Carly Oliveira in the hole. We got to make sure these bags are sufficiently heavy enough for you guys.
We're doing the old add a plate. So one of the bags over here in lane 2 for Gina.
They're the approach. Derek, I don't know what you're making me feel, but I know I'm not supposed to be feeling it. You're married, man.
Bag maintenance here.
Appears to be a Reptar headband, but doing this
All right, looks like we're about ready to go with BJ and Gina.
So our athletes are just feeling out those bags. I want a thumbs up from both of them when we're good. That's 1, that's 2. Okay. Competitors ready. Timers ready. Go!
All right, here we go. Nice work.
Nearly
on that
identical
first one.
times
Yeah.
there on that first bag.
Now there's going to be a lot of differences in
And
the way that you
not just the
see
weight of the sandbag that changes, but the size of the sandbag too. And you can see the athletes having to take a slightly different approach to how they pick up that sandbag just based on the size. And these women are weighed in at 140 pounds or less. So this bag is significantly at 175 heavier than their body weight, and nearly the size of their entire torso. So that pick is much harder on the 175, not just because of the weight, even though it's only 25 more pounds, it can feel like a million more pounds just because of the size and shape of the sandbag, especially relative to the size of the athlete.
All right.
Gina's going to call it there, but she will get credit and time. So she'll get credit for the first 3 loads as well as split time. And I think they were pretty close on that. So we'll see what the times come out as we reset here for our next 2 athletes.
Lauren Guibert and Kat Bechtold are going to be up next as soon as we get our sandbags moved back into position.
So Gina just a little bit faster there with 3 loads in 43.74 seconds, and BJ with 3 loads in 46.83 seconds. Exciting stuff. Very close.
He's getting her some sunflower seeds. She's got a whole aura and vibe about her.
Jess is just going to beast that 150 back to where it needed to be.
You do it efficiently while you can, and then because at a certain point,
sometimes you just got to get it
too
done.
heavy.
Yeah.
That's why it's always good to have some pro strongman athletes on your volunteer squad.
Always nice.
Strong volunteers. We welcome all volunteers, but strong volunteers in particular. All right, getting set here for Lauren and Kat.
That's 1 thumbs up.
Again, this is where it really is going to start to get interesting in terms of podium placement, because only a couple points are separating the athletes in 2nd, 3rd, and 4th place here. So both athletes with a good start. You see Kat taking a different approach to that sandbag with a wider grip there. Gets in a little bit better position, I think, to get for the loading portion. It can be, when the bag is tall up and down, it can be really hard to get over the bar because it's hard to get the bottom of the bag to clear the bar. Yeah, so see Lauren went with that sideways position.
Yeah.
Good save. A good, or the sideways method on the second time around on that bag, because it does make it easier in general on the load. So Kat finished that as our current leader with the 4 loads in a time of 34.79, and Lauren with all 4 in 45.95. So those are your current leaders in the event. And Kat will remain ahead of Lauren in the overall standings.
I think I heard a rumor Nieves is actually Neves.
And again, if you want to follow along with any of the scores, you can find that on strength.events, and there's also a link in the video description if you want to see how everyone is stacking up at the end of the weekend here.
Thumbs up when you are ready. Oh, she's ready. She's already ready already. All right, competitors ready. Timers ready. Go!
All right, and our last 2 competitors in the 140 class going now. We have Carly Oliveira and Sandy Caruco.
Again, 2 very different techniques of picking that bag.
So opposite techniques there.
Works for you.
Oh! Unfortunately, there's no style points for that, but
So we've seen this event a couple times in competition lately, and some athletes going under the bar.
yeah.
A full
Never seen
flip
him going around the bar.
over is and fully around is a whole new.
Boy, that'll throw you off your game if you see your competitor you're going head-to-head with.
Here's a good
the instant replay.
That looked extremely
fantastic.
purposeful too.
Yeah.
It's really thought about that one.
Love that.
So we've got Carly with the overall there in 32.51 seconds, so that did put her slightly ahead of Kat's time of 34.79, and Sandy in third on that event with 37.69. So if you're following along on the score sheet, that does leave us with a tie on the podium. Ties are generally broken by count back when it's further down in the, oh wait, here we go, tiebreaker. The event 6 serves as the tiebreaker. So,
all right. So we have Michelle Hicks going now for 50 plus 180.
Good first
that
one
first back down.
for Michelle. So in this class, we've got Michelle, Kim, and Kelly.
See, I can't do that. See that?
It's
kind of the vertical style of picking up the bag because my arms are too short.
Michelle getting it done here. See if she can clear this 40-inch bar. Oh, she's so close. So the downside of this, if you don't hit it on the first try, is that now you got to pick it again. And for especially the shorter athletes, this pick on the taller bag is really challenging. So Michelle's got a little time left. We'll see if she can get this second bag.
See, I think with the size of the bag versus her torso size, she may have been better off working on that with the horizontal setup.
Yeah, it's tough though, because at a certain point you can't reach out to the side either. It's like you're kind of screwed either way.
Yeah,
it's not very much fun.
I guess because my grip is okay, I can kind of get it in that horizontal position, and the pick isn't that bad.
I end up with a weird hybrid where I pick a little bit like kind of I call it the baby, like carrying the heavy baby. Yeah. So it's like sideways on the pick, and then I'll turn it as it comes into my lap so that I can get over top of it for the carry, because that horizontal pick for me ends up with the bag sitting too low, and sideways my little arms just can't reach all the way onto the side like that on the heavier bag. So again, we talked about this yesterday too, like there's lots of different ways to do it.
Yep.
And it's just finding what works best for each individual athlete.
We have Kim Barnhart and Kelly Bolton getting to work here.
Kelly
Almost.
currently in first place overall, and Kim in second overall. So these are your top two in the women's 40 plus 180. Really nice runs there by both athletes. We'll see how they finish up here. So they do have to pick up those lighter sandbag first on that first carry, but that is not a requirement on the second carry. They can go in whatever order they want on the second carry. So Kelly finishing that event there in dominating fashion. Kelly finishing. Sorry, it was backwards. And Kim finishing her 6th event of the weekend. Nicely done by both ladies. So our final times here, Kelly with 4 loads in 28.43 seconds, Kim with 4 in 47.79, and Michelle completing her first bag in 12.4. So their order will not change.
All right, moving on to our women 40 plus 180. This will be a 175 bag and a 200 bag. Still 40 and 44 inches on the bar heights.
Another close race here. So we have Barb in first place with 18 points, Joanne in second with 16.5, and Carrie Satterwhite in third with 16, Latrice Lewis with 13.5, and Rockbody with 11. So only a half a point separating second and third, and 1.5 points separating second and first. So this event will be key in deciding the final results. Love it when it comes down to the last event. These athletes tired, obviously, after 2 days of competition.
So we have an odd number in this class. So Elizabeth Hotel will be going first, solo, and then after that we'll have Latrice Lewis, Carrie Satterwhite, and then Joanne Mayall and Barb Remley. All right, here goes Elizabeth. Handled that 175 pretty well. 200-pound bag next.
And these athletes weighed in at 180 or less, so that first bag right around body weight, and the second one about 20 pounds over body weight. And you'll see Liz is wearing gloves, which is allowed. Some athletes are going to wear that to help a little bit with their grip. I personally don't like, I like to have my hands physically connected to the implement. My preference on this, the sideways pick, is for to use liquid chalk, but some athletes do prefer gloves. And it doesn't seem like this would be a grip event, but carrying a sandbag and picking a sandbag is absolutely a
grip-intensive
event, and they've already done farmers yesterday, deadlifts today.
Deadlift today, yeah.
Bag toss, although not heavy, also grip
Also,
related.
just a lot of strain on all different parts of the grip. I mean, everything, you know, from the little pulleys in the fingers and bicep, forearms. I mean, everything is probably just blown out at this point. So
Liz got that first bag in 10.14 seconds. Again, the split times do matter. So even if an athlete is not going to complete the course, it's important to do what they can do quickly.
All right, here goes Latrice and Carrie.
Both athletes opting for that horizontal pick. Love to see that little extra pop before the load. That really helps, especially on a heavier bag or a higher bar, which we'll see on the second bar is 4 inches higher, so we'll see that come into play. But I like that little extra pop that Carrie's getting on the load. Nice steady runs. Ooh, Carrie opting to pick facing the wrong direction. I'm guessing the bar was probably in her way a little bit.
Yeah.
It's a tough call. Save it. Good save there.
Good save.
Latrice done with her last event of the day. Carrie still with a little bit of time left.
She's really got to get that high and keep it there, but it looks like it's going to sink down on her.
Yeah, she's going to have to sit and readjust before attempting the load.
Ooh, I feel that.
Yeah. We've all been there.
Know exactly how that feels.
So
Great effort, though.
Latrice's final time was 4 reps in 36.22 seconds, so that is currently the time to beat. Carrie completed 3 in 37.59.
And up next, we're going to have Joanne and Barb. Those are going to be our last 2 competitors in the women 40 plus 180 category. Barbara Emily, I believe your current leader. Oh, what a fun time resetting sandbags is for everyone involved.
All right, so if Joanne can complete all 3 or all 4 loads, she will definitely hold on to her current placement. She will need to beat Barb in order to take over the lead on the podium. That pick that Barb did, that's kind of what I was talking about with that.
Yeah, it's kind of like a keg type pick, like kind of tilted to the
angled
side.
a little bit. So Barb currently ahead just on time. Good. So the second one actually. It looks like the heavier bag actually is a little more compact than the lighter one. So again, not just the weight having an impact here, but also the actual size and shape of the implement.
The implements will always kind of vary a little bit and play into the whole strategy.
200-pound bag right on over for Remley with a chest bump over.
Barb's finishing that.
15 seconds or so left.
Joanne on the last
A
bag.
little less than 15 seconds left.
See if she can rally. Of course she can.
Yeah, she's a good stone loader.
Yeah.
It's a good event for her. So
We're gonna reset these
Joanne not having, I know exactly the weekend she initially planned for, competing as a pro, but still a really solid overall performance in the Masters, competing up a weight class. So our final scores there. Latrice actually in the previous heat ended up with the first place score in that event with 4 loads in 34.22 seconds. Barb in second with 4 in 42.04, and Joanne in third with 4 loads in 51.86. So Barb and Joanne maintaining their places in the overall.
Moving down to our women 50 plus open. Still 175, 200, and still 40 and 44.
And in the standings, we've got Kristen McCarthy in first place with 13 points, Kynwin Chavez in second with 12, and Anita Vargo in third with 3 points. So Anita is up first here, starting with this 175 sandbag.
Got a hot dog style load.
So if you're going to go vertically, getting it in a position that Anita just had there, where her hands are below the center line of the bag,
Yeah, that's going to allow you to
that's going to
go.
help significantly, because getting the bottom of the bag over the bar is the hard part when it's vertical. So getting really low the way that she did there was a smart move. So I would love to see her switch over to the vertical pick or the horizontal pick.
Yeah, it's going to do her grip a little bit better.
And it's just, she's got long arms because she's going to call it there.
It's been a long weekend.
It has.
Great effort from Anita. And that's going to bring up Kynwin Chavez and Christine McCarthy.
So only 1 point separating these ladies on the podium here.
There's a consequence here.
There is absolutely. And remember that if there is a tie, so if Kynwin beats Kristen, they would be tied in points. And if there's a tie, it is broken by who does this the fastest, which means whoever wins this race right here is going to win the overall. Exciting stuff. Kynwen off to a great start, taking the early lead, but Kristen not far behind.
Making up some time on that carry, Kristen did, for sure.
So Kynwen has a definite height advantage on this event, but Kristen currently the leader, so clearly
all right, there we go.
very capable. Kristen now
Kristen's
taking
gonna
a
pull
slight
ahead.
lead. Not having any issue at all with that load, which is awesome to see. Kynwen with a good rep as well.
This is going to be challenging for Kristen. This is definitely a high load. She can get the bag over there.
Whoever, this is very tense. Kynwen back in the
Kynwen's moving.
lead.
And she's going to get it done.
She is going to win the event, which is should, if I did my math correctly, give her the overall win in the class. I love Strongman. So Kynwen with a final. Oh wait, these are backwards. Hold please. We're going to double check this score for you, but in the meantime, we're coming up with our biggest group of women, the 40+ open class.
Still 175/200, but the heights go up to 44 and 48. So we're going to have a quick height adjustment as well.
In placements, we have in first place currently Kelly Jones with 45.5 points, and in second Shauna Russell with 44.5. So again, only 1 point separating our first and second place here. So this event will help determine the winner of the overall. Lindsay San Giorgio in third with 37, and Corey Tilbrook in fourth with 31 points. So first and second up for grabs, and whoever ends up in third potentially also up for grabs. And we're going to double check some scores here. The official sheet has Kynwen with 3 reps, but she did get 4. So.
We are, in fact, jumping the gun by announcing these, so
Yeah, you know.
we have to give the scorers a chance to get everything updated.
We're just excited.
You know, I forgot to, I mentioned this yesterday, and I forgot to ask James, but I know that there was more than one gym who had donated equipment for this, and I know one of them is Battle Axe.
It was Costin.
Oh, was it Costin?
Yeah,
okay.
you picked him up on the way down.
Okay, cool. Yeah, so he borrowed equipment from
Costin, Thudden, and from Battle Axe.
And from Battle Axe,
Miami.
Michael De La Pava down here in Miami. So thanks to those guys for donating to the cause.
It takes a village, truly.
I mean, you know, who has all this weird crap
And a lot
laying
of
around?
trucks
Yeah.
and trailers and U-Hauls.
Big thank you to the Iron Vision Media team as well as the Owens Media Group.
It's also been nice to see all the other events going on at the Fit and Flex Expo here in Fort Lauderdale. So there's all kinds of combat sports going on. There's bodybuilding. And then there's vendor booths. We were chatting yesterday with the people from Strongman Institute. They just launched their new platform, and just some good folks in general, good stuff going on for the community. It's been a good weekend of Strongman and strength sports and connections.
Got to meet the fine folks from Strongman Institute. They were very nice. It's nice to meet people, new folks down here from the
They're Florida-based.
Florida-based, yeah. I think they're up near Orlando. Good folks, really nice designs. like the stuff that they put together over there.
And we are getting ready here. We've got the sandbags out and ready to go. The sandbags again for this weight class are 175 and 200, so the same weights, but the heights have gone up to 44 for the first bar and 48 for the second. So it looks like we might have dropped you guys for a second, but we are back. Internet in a convention center setting sometimes gets a little bit of interference. We're all here and getting set for this last event for the Masters. Again, after the Masters are done today, we will be heading back into pro territory for America's Strongest Man 80 kilo and America's Strongest Woman 64 kilo. They are slated to start their deadlifts at 3 p.m. So they'll be doing deadlift for reps at 3 p.m., followed by sandbag toss at 3:20 and their steeplechase at 4 p.m. So we have this with the Masters Awards at 2:30, and then we'll kick off the afternoon with our pros at 3. Just doing some final measurements here.
I think all of our awards today are going to be around 420 or so. Not entirely sure yet whether that's going to go out over the live stream. I'm not 100% sure.
Masters Awards at 2:30, Open Awards at 4:20.
It's just an amazing cover band happening.
It's the same one as yesterday, and Tom Petty is one of my favorites, and this is really not. Sorry, but they're, you know what? I can't stand on a stage and sing.
They're doing their thing.
They're doing their thing. I'm going to give them credit.
All right, we are off. Colleen Sainz, Laura Lund to get us started. Women 40 plus open.
Good first rep there for Laura. And good for Colleen. So that worked on the first bar. She's going to struggle at that height because she just barely cleared the bottom of the bag over the bar. So that is, she'll have to make some adjustments for the second bar. Laura trying to save it.
Yeah,
good fight there.
It was a good fight.
It seems like a lot of effort to fight that, but re-picking it is terrible.
Worse. Yeah.
So she's going to be like, I'm good now. Thanks, guys.
That was it. Colleen's still working on this 200-pound bag, and it looks like she's going to call it for the day as well.
And again, athletes do get credit for each bag, plus split times.
Up next, Jennifer Ash and Wendy Wenzel.
So again, if you want to follow along with any of these scores live, as we put in all the finals, they are all on the live score sheet, which is linked in the description for the video and on strength.events.
Right, and we are off.
These two ladies very close to start here. Jennifer just slightly ahead.
Oh, Jennifer's got
that's
the bag.
a tough position. It feels like you're like, yes, I got it off the ground, but then when it sticks out like that, you really can't get your arms around it.
And now she's going to roll it up.
Yeah, going for the horizontal pick. I mean, there's not a lot of versions of sandbag positions on your chest that feel great.
No, they don't feel, oh.
So
I love
she
it.
cannot get credit for distance. However, if she can get it close enough where she can sit and then reposition to load,
We're kind of a stone load.
it will work.
Yeah.
We talked about this yesterday, right? It's the like, get this thing from point A to point B.
Yeah.
And how you get from point A to point B is really just whatever you feel in your heart.
Yeah, sometimes it seems like such a good idea to try and pick that bag from a standing position, but unless it's a very small bag, that is not going to work.
It works for a second, and then
I mean, you can get it off the floor pretty easily. I mean, it's nice because you can kind of work with the seams of the bag. You can kind of turn them into handles in kind of a way, but after you get it in your lap, it's done. You're over, you know.
We've all done it, though.
Oh, absolutely, 100%. I mean, how do you think I know how bad of an idea it is?
You know it doesn't work, and yet you do it anyway. All right, so time so far, Laura is in the lead with 2 reps in 42.06, followed by Jennifer with 1 in 11.79, Wendy with 1 in 12.48, and Colleen with 1 in 20.78. So in an event where not everyone is going to finish, every rep counts, and every rep fast counts even more.
Got a little cleanup going on. Cleanup's getting done very quickly because it's not men doing it. Who are, for some reason, just scared to death of cleaning up pee. I don't know why men are like that. Great. We got Sarah Sorensen and Rebecca Getman are up.
Two distinct hot dog styles.
I think Junkyard just said hot dog style.
He did. It works for
That's a
multiple.
thing, I
it works
guess.
for multiple
Yeah.
events. It turns out. For some reason, when something is perpendicular to your body, it's going to be the hot dog style.
All right, well, here's Sarah
Here's
turning us
Sarah
into
with
liars.
her long arms making us look bad. I'd rather have her look good and us look bad than the other way around, though.
Yeah.
I'll take the hit. I maintain that it is not the most efficient way to do it. But she's making it work.
It is a way to do it.
It's making that. And that second bag is 200 pounds.
And it looks like they're both going to call it a day. Both getting credit for that first bag.
And Sarah actually putting herself in a really good position there, getting the first
based
one
off
really
of it.
quickly. So that's good for second place.
There are other athletes that have only gotten that first bag, but they have not done it as quickly.
So your leader is still Laura with 2 in 42.06. Next up, we have Corey Tilbrook in lane 1 and Lindsay San Giorgio in lane 2. So we're getting into your top 4 here. Corey is in 4th with 31 points, Lindsay in 3rd with 37.
All right, and we might have to exactly to start behind the mats. My competitors look ready. Timers ready.
So 3 reps will put them into the overall lead here. Both ladies opting for the vertical pick here on this first bag.
So Lindsay getting it just a little bit higher than Corey. I'm sorry, was that the opposite? Corey
you got it.
Oh, did I do it
You're
right?
good.
All right.
And then Lindsay switching to that horizontal pick for the second bag. So again, like we said, as the implement changes, yeah, I love
the
that.
high pick, yes.
I love it. So
Get
the athletes
that up
are
there.
actually allowed to shoulder the bag too.
Oh, are
in this
they?
event.
Yeah,
they
I
are,
didn't-
yeah. So they can't walk backwards, but they can shoulder, which is not always allowed
Yeah.
in the carry events.
Yeah, usually it's a front carry required, but
And the
interesting.
shoulder, it is usually harder to get it, like it takes more energy to get it to the shoulder, but then it's so much higher, so it makes that load way easier.
So Lindsay's going to do a time check and then say, never mind.
And so is Corey. Let's see what we get here on time. So Lindsay does take the lead with that 2 reps in 34.76. So about 8 seconds faster than Laura. Our last 2 athletes for the women, we've got Shauna Russell in lane 1 and Kelly Jones in lane 2. So again, just 1 point separating these ladies. Kelly with 45.5, Shauna with 44.5. So I would love to see some finishers in this.
Yeah.
Would be very exciting. And if Kelly beats Shauna, she will definitely take the overall. If Shauna beats Kelly, it's going to depend on how fast it is and how many bags, because it's going to mix in the rest of the athletes as well. But
Everybody getting themselves set up.
Kelly beating Shauna would secure her the win.
Timers ready. Go. Hot dog and hamburger style again.
Again, 2 different techniques.
Good start for both
It
ladies.
works out fine for both of them. Kelly just a little bit ahead.
Ooh, not anymore.
Oh, now they're dead heat now.
All right, so this next one, no one has loaded 3 yet. So Kelly the first to load 3, Shauna right behind her. So Kelly currently in the lead. They both have the last bag in their lap. Is it high enough?
Yep,
Yes. So
she does
Kelly
it.
is going to secure herself the overall win.
Let's
And
see if Shauna
immediately
can-
turn to support Shauna. And this will secure Shauna 2nd overall in the competition. And
There it
she
is.
does it. So
Awesome.
both ladies finished. They are only finishers in this class. And they are your 1st and 2nd place overall in the Masters 40+ Open category.
Awesome job from Shauna. She emptied the tank there. Was able to get that last bag over.
I'm down to the end of my poetry references.
All right, we are getting ready to move on to our first men's heat with James Pierce in our men 50 plus 200 pound category. The bags for this class will be 200 and 225, and the heights will remain at 44 and 48. After this, we're going to have a weight change and a height change for our men's 40 plus 200.
So we're going to take a little bit to readjust these heights. Until then, James Pierce can do a little dance. There we go, just like that. Just a whoa, whoa, whoa. Look at that. Did you guys see that? He's spry. He told me before he was stiff. That's a lie. It's a lie if I've ever heard one. He looked like he was dancing to some old like DJ Showtech. I think you got that reference. Hell yeah.
We got our bags backwards.
Hate it when that happens.
Hate it when it happens. Get all out of place.
Nothing worse than a bag
Out of place.
out of place.
All right, I think we're ready to go here for James.
Big shout out to James for keeping motivated, being in a class by himself. It's not always the most fun thing in the world, but he's really hung in there.
He's also in the 50 plus. Like,
50 plus.
how many 50 plus guys are out here doing this stuff? Not very many. So,
Toss that.
hey, good strategy. I love it because now he doesn't have to carry it as far.
Yes.
So if you can do that extra little, like, what did that take him? Less than a second to give it that extra push. I don't hate it. Oh, he got a little too overexcited for that second. I like where his head was
I like
at.
where his head was at.
Look at how
Look
short
at
this
that. He's
carry
halfway
is now. I like it. Oh, you don't have to throw that one, James. So again, we talked about with this vertical loading, it's harder to get the bottom of the bag
High enough
to clear the bar. He's got time. It would be awesome for him to finish this event, finish off the weekend strong. I mean, it's already a good, solid performance so far.
And that is time for James Pierce.
Well done for James, our first bag chuck of the day.
Yes.
So, I like it.
Haven't seen a bag throw like that since we were a few years ago.
When
we were
Vicky-
Vicky Long. We love Vicky and Dennis. Yeah, Vicky. I can't even. I was just like two.
I think it was America's Strongest Woman a couple years ago. They had a bag.
No, it was a. I think it was a Rainier. It was.
I don't know.
Yeah,
She
it was,
threw the bag over the bar like nothing I've ever seen.
we just kind of like looked at each other and we're like, oh, wow, that just happened.
All right, moving on to our men's 40 plus under 200 pound category. These sandbags will be 225 and 250, and the bars are 48 and 52 inches. So the first bar 48, the second bar 52. So we're gonna bring our volunteers out to adjust these bar heights. While they do that, I'll give you a rundown of the scores in this class. So we have in first place, Quint Zambon with 32 points. A lot of tight first and second place here. Only 1 point behind him, Ryan Largay with 31 points. We have Thomas Heindel tied for third with Steve Paul. So that will be, and they're gonna go head to head also.
Yeah, this will be
so based on the
consequential for
point
them.
spread, whoever wins between Ryan and Quint wins the overall, and whoever wins between Steve and Thomas gets on the podium. So two good races to look forward to there. We've got Joel Feinberg with 13 points, Eric Neal with 12, and Strong Eagle Armenta with 8, rounding out your men's 40 plus 200-pound weight class.
Once again, Strong Eagle coming to us by way of Texas, representing not only Steel City Gym, but the Rincon Apache tribe.
Adjusting heights here. Strong Eagle ready to go. Coming to us here out of Texas, Steel City Gym, and representing the Apache tribe. He's been throwing down hard all weekend.
So again, 225, 250, 48, and 52 inches.
Our last event of the Masters. Once the Masters wrap up, we've got a couple more classes, and then we're going to move on to awards for the Masters, and then we'll head into our America's Strongest Man 80 kilo and America's Strongest Woman 64 kilo this afternoon. All right, Strong Eagle ready to go, and we're off. Ah, the heavy baby pick, my preference. He's got a nice toss on that first one. Again, little extra effort, maybe a fraction of time, and you can save yourself time on that carry though. So personally, I like the strategy.
Yep.
And Strong Eagle, this is his
This is
best
a really
event so
solid
far.
run. Yeah, I think this is the best he's looked all weekend.
Love to see a strong finish. Really good last pick there. He's in a great position with the
Getting that nice
bag
and
on
high.
his chest.
Yes.
Really good run. He's going to set a really nice time.
He
in
is.
this.
Yeah, he just really kind of threw it down for everybody.
Strong finish there for Strong Eagle. I didn't even do that on purpose. I've just gotten that good.
Joel Feinberg, followed by Steve, Paul, and Thomas Heindel. You guys are on deck. Ryan Largay and Quint Zambone. Ryan Largay and Quint Zambone. You guys are in the hole. Feinberg looking impatient. He's got a Lauderdale lookalike component to get to. It's big money.
All right, we're all set up. We're going to have Eric Neal and Joel Feinberg.
Timers ready. Timers ready. Behind the mats, Joel.
Getting a little jumpy.
Timers ready. Timers ready. Go.
First, we have a 225. Joel Feinberg moving really well with that. Right onto that 250 bag. Also going to get a really good high carry on that. Very nicely done.
Great transition. We're about 22 seconds in. Look at that swiftness. That's that blue collar hustle.
Very solid run for Joel. He's going to have a little extra push there to get that last sandbag done. And Eric is also
Just missed.
going to have a drop on that last bag.
So Strong Eagle holding on to first place in this so far.
Yeah. Yes, so Joel Feinberg comes in with 4 bags at 42.9 seconds, which is not enough to overtake Strong Eagle 4 bags in 38.42 seconds, and Eric is going to get credited with 3 bags in 36.84 seconds.
And I do have an update for you guys on the Women's 50 Plus Open. So we have Kristen McCarthy with 3 loads in 38.19. And Kainwen Chavez with 3 loads in 46.3. So on the live stream, you did see Kainwen did get the 4th bag over the bar. However, there was a time cap on the event of 60 seconds, and she missed the time cap. So it was 61 seconds when that 4th bag hit the floor. So she did not get credit for the 4th bag. So that was going to put her, that's where that time is coming from. And because Kristen got the 3rd bag faster, yep, that puts her in first in that event and then the first overall. So just for some clarification, we just checked on that for you. Back to the...
Right, so this is actually a podium
This
decision.
is for the podium.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Steve and Thomas.
So they're currently tied in points with 22 apiece. Both a little... Unless something wild happens, too far off to make the podium or to make the first or second, but whoever wins this race will get that last podium spot.
Thomas, I think, with a slight height advantage, I think.
It's significant, I would say.
Is it?
Yeah. Steve still getting after it. Thomas is going to finish up
putting in
here,
a really good
lock
time.
up that podium. Steve going to take his time, but he's going to get this.
Let's get behind Paul, folks. He's still got maybe 15 seconds left.
He still has about 15 seconds. He's going to have to readjust to get that bag over the bar. Oh my God, he's so close. Oh, just didn't quite have the height on it.
Oh, I was holding my breath. Good effort
Good
from
fight
Steve.
there, yeah. Good effort from Steve. And Thomas is going to secure himself a podium spot with that run. So Thomas's official time, that actually was a good enough run to put him into first place in that event so far with 4 loads in 31.04 seconds. That drops Strong Eagle to second with 38.42 in this event. And then Steve was credited with 3 loads in 33.37. So we have our last 2 athletes. And again, this is going to come down to this event also.
Yep.
Only 1 point separating Quint, who is currently in first with 32, and Ryan, who is currently in second with 31.
So as I look at this score sheet, looks like this is a very, very close one. This can make or break either athlete. All right, I want a thumbs up from both my competitors. Competitors are ready. Timers ready. Go! Ace Fitness versus the School of Hard Knocks. Sends it right on over. More than halfway, maybe.
Very close so far. Totally different strategies here. Ryan slightly ahead, but Quint not far behind.
It's going to decide a lot.
Ryan crushing these. He's like almost have it almost on his shoulder.
Yeah.
Good extension here. So Ryan is going to take this event, which we got to see. This is going to be a toss-up because it's going to depend on times also. So since a couple athletes in the earlier heats also loaded all 4 bags. Oh, based on the initial scores coming in, Ryan took the overall win in that, and that is going to edge him out, it looks like, by 1 point over Quint in the overall. Of course, these scores, are tentative.
They're not official, so they're official.
And if you want to follow along with us, please do. The link is in the video description. It is also available on Strength.events. So as of right now, we've got Ryan credited with 4 loads in 30.72 seconds and Quint with 4 in 35.06. And because Thomas crushed it with 4 in 31.04, that put him in 2nd overall. So that extra point spread puts Ryan in the overall lead. Again, it's not official till it's official.
Yeah.
But that's what we're looking at right now. Good finish, though. Very exciting finish for the 200-pound, 40-plus men.
Moving on to men 50 plus 231. 4 competitors. First up is going to be Brian Packer and Mike Monarch. This will be 215, 250, and 48 and 52 inch bars.
Competitors ready, timers ready, go!
Both athletes off to solid starts.
Brian slightly ahead, but largely in sync on that one.
Brian also opting for the gloves. Oh, no.
Oh, no.
Little misstep, but it's still
Okay,
anyone's
little
game.
It's like he
fumble there.
didn't. No, the bar was there.
I think he caught his knuckle on that.
There it goes.
There we go.
So the time on these matters, but if he can finish all 4, that's really what's important, is finishing the event. Time is bonus in an event where not everyone is going to finish.
15 seconds.
15 seconds left. Brian was able to finish. Let's see if
Mike does have time. He's really coming up on it, though. He's got a great position on his chest if he can get that height.
Oh, no, and he's
not
just not quite
quite.
able to get it.
That was so close. So Brian will be credited with all 4 loads in 43.77. Mike will get 3, and we are just waiting on his official time, which is 39.73.
Next up, Michael Craig and Donovan Rascone. These are our last 2 competitors in our 50 plus 231 category.
Also coming into this event with a tie.
Yes, 14
So
and a
this
half
is,
points for them
again,
right now.
whoever wins this wins the overall. Most likely.
Are tied in points.
I love when stuff comes down to the last event.
I know. it's
Sometimes
exciting.
it doesn't.
Yeah,
And
sometimes
it's like
it's
the
just a
last
complete
event,
blowout.
and you're just like,
And somebody
oh,
would have
yeah.
to literally come in last place in order in order for it to
Yeah,
change
but
anything.
when you have a good toss-up all the way down to the end of the weekend, it's fun for the competitors, it's fun for the spectators, it's fun for us, fun for everyone. Our last 2 athletes in the men's 50 plus 231 are ready to go.
Excellent. All right, so I want a thumbs up from both my competitors. Competitors are ready. Timers ready. Go!
Really smooth first pick there for Michael Craig in lane 1.
Michael Craig.
Donovan's going to have a little trouble getting that over. There we go. Just had to do a quick reset.
Good position there again for Michael. He's looking very strong through these first 2.
Yeah, I love the way Michael's getting it high up on his chest and just carrying it that way.
Yes, that's
0 work to get it back over the bar.
the move.
Seconds left.
So Michael finishing that, it looks like, will give him the overall win here.
I think Donovan's going to
And
call it a
Donovan's
day.
going to tap out. So Michael with a really good run. First place in that event with 4 loads in 40.99 seconds.
I'm just kidding. My mom
And that will give him also the overall. Donovan credited with 1 load in 14.66.
Maples and Jaeger, you guys are up next.
Oh, right. That is going to bring us up to our next class, which is going to be our men 40 plus 231. That is going to be a 250 load, a 275 load, and that 48 and 52 inches. So weight goes up, height stays the same.
Kettlebell swing, Mitch. That was impressive.
Let's see what we got going on in the points here. A little bit more of a spread, but still close. So in first place currently, Richard Brand with 46.5 points. Dan Gavio in second with 44.5. Joseph Judd in third with 30. And we have a tie in fourth with Louis LaCour the fourth with 30 points. And Eric Schutte also with 30 points. So definitely some shaking up can be done here because there are 10 athletes in this class. So with the current point spread, the podium is still very much in flux.
So I don't know if we've got to adjust these heights or not, but just so my athletes know, once again, that is going to be Maples and Jaeger. Maples and Jaeger, followed by Stoddard and Anderson on deck, Spindle and Schutte in the hole. And here's where it gets fun because these sandbags just got a little heavier. We've got a 250 followed by a 275-pound sandbag here.
All right, looks like our field is set. We're just getting the athletes in order behind the scenes. It's like herding cats usually. Although these guys have been, everybody's been pretty good this weekend, getting everybody in the right spot at the right time. Shout out to Mitch, our expediter, who's been making sure all the athletes end up in the correct lanes, in the correct order. You know, see, at a local show, typically we'll switch the order just going into the last event. But at this level, the heats, the lanes, the order, everything changes every event. So a lot of logistics going on behind the scenes to make sure that all these athletes know what's going on and judges are judging the right people. All right.
Getting started with Jeremy Maples and Will Yeager.
Timers ready, go!
250, followed by 275.
Maples off to a great start. No doubt because of that
Both
dancing,
successful
he
at the
did
first
loosen
bag.
up the hips.
Love the carry position there for Jeremy.
Come on, yeah,
And
yeah.
taller athletes with a definite advantage in loading events.
It's all in the hips here.
Jeremy making good time here.
Roughly 20 seconds left on the clock.
Will does have time to repick and load this to get credit. So there's no credit given for distance, only for once the bag gets over, they'll get credit for time. Jeremy has just enough time if he moves quickly.
Oh no, it's going to slip down.
Get your hips up.
to be fair, it does look really fun. It looks exhausting, but it looks really fun.
War of the Michaels. Here it comes.
Competitors are ready. Timers ready. Go. 250-pound bag for both these gentlemen. Hot dog and hamburger style.
Michael Stoddard having a little bit of trouble finishing this first load.
Like, he had a decent position going
He
in,
did,
too. He
yeah, just kind of slid down on him. It's because he didn't wear his grip shirt.
Oh, there, yeah, it's the grip shirt.
Lack of grip shirt.
In case you can't pick up on Brian's sarcasm. The Feelies aren't wearers of grip shirts. No judgment. If it helps you,
Hey,
have at
you
it.
gotta do what you gotta. I mean, honestly,
it's not our thing,
yeah.
but it can totally be your thing. Good load there for Michael on his third rep.
I don't know what I felt just now, but I'm pretty sure I'm not supposed to feel it.
And Michael Stoddard will finish the event.
Was that?
Michael Anderson. I don't know if he got that second one over in time. We will find out momentarily.
Spindle and Eric Shuddy. You guys are up next, followed by LaCour and JJ.
Michael Anderson, he, ooh, yes. So Michael Stoddard snuck that last one in with 2/100th of a second to spare. So 2 loads in 59.98. Michael Anderson with all 4 in 57.46, making him your current leader in this event. In our next heat in lane 1, we've got Bobby Spindell. In lane 2, Eric Shuddy.
Somebody just handed me a Rice Krispie treat. I'm gonna spare
Love
everybody.
that.
Yeah, I'm gonna spare everyone and not eat it while we're doing this, but
All right. My athletes
taking a
look
little
ready.
friendly fire over here for yawning. I'm just tired. I'm an old fella. All right, Bobby and Eric.
Neck and neck. Oh, looks
Ooh,
like
Eric.
Eric.
A little something going on in the
Yeah,
hip there,
oh,
glute,
no.
something.
He's going to keep going because it's the last event, so send it.
Last event of 2 days.
That looked good.
It
If you
did.
weren't wincing in pain,
Yeah.
I wouldn't even know.
You would never know anything was wrong.
I say that to my athletes a lot, actually. I'm like, if I looked at just your body, this looks great. But if I look at your face, I can tell this is rough. Mad
Oh.
credit there to Eric
oh, man.
for
Good for
finishing
him.
that clearly in some pain as he walks.
Pulled a pooper.
He did pull a pooper. Oh, no. And then Bobby finishing there. So both athletes with all 4. Eric actually taking the lead in this event. Imagine if he hadn't pulled a pooper, where we would be. So that is your first and second so far in this event. Eric with 4 loads in 37.63 and Bobby with 4 in 48.23.
Oh, man. Hey, man, if you're going to blow out a pooper,
Do it on the last event.
do it on the last event.
At Nationals.
And finish first.
Wise word. You can quote Brian
You can
Feely
quote me on
directly
that.
on that one.
You guys see that? Even in the same weight class, you see lots of different sizes and shapes of
The art of the pooper.
Oh, right. Before we get too far down into the art of the pooper, we'll head into our last 4 in this group. So we've got, in the next heat, Louis LaCour the 4th. In lane 1, Joseph Judd in lane 2. Only 2 points separating these 2. So I'm sure Louis wanting to break onto the platform. He's also tied with Eric, who just went in the last one and put up the best time so far. So this 3rd place podium spot for sure up for grabs.
Competitors ready. Timers ready. Go.
Good picks.
Oh, my goodness
Oh.
gracious.
You
There
know,
was a
too much speed.
little Little control issue there for Joseph. He was a little bit more
He was
enthusiastic.
going so fast. Oh, he's still in the lead, though. Oh, he checked that one. So he's got a much shorter carry now. I don't like sandbag loads, but this looks fun.
Yeah.
It's probably not as fun as it looks.
Definitely going to have to reposition that. Oh, what's happening? Okay,
Oh,
there
he's
we
going.
go.
Now he's going the right way. Reposition, see if he can finish it.
Lewis
Oh,
was
he
in
really needs
reverse.
to get that higher on his chest. I wish he had
Come on,
sat
Lewis.
just a little bit longer. Yeah, and done that. Come on, Lewis.
Get that little, oh man, it's sliding down. There we go. Oh no.
Oh, he's pulling back instead of up. But he's tired. Everyone's tired.
He had the truck in reverse there for a second.
It was not boring.
No.
All right. So
Full contact
Joseph
sandbag
Judd
loading.
there, creeping into first place in this event with 4 loads in 31:31. Lewis with did I say that right? I think I just said a lot of threes. Joseph, 4 loads, 31:31. Lewis, 3 loads, 30:55. So that puts Joseph solidly on the podium. Unless something crazy happens. You never know. Strongman, anything could happen at any time.
Want a thumbs up from both these athletes. We're going to wait for our judge over here. Competitors ready. Timers ready. Go! Hot dog versus
And these guys are off. We got Dan Gavio and Richard Brand in this heat. Very distracted because people are handing us
People
snacks.
keep handing us snacks.
Uh-oh.
Richard is down, but he's done. It's 6 events. All right, Dan.
Gavio showing no signs of slowing down.
Not messing around here.
Let's get behind Gavio first.
Good finish
Nice.
for
He's going to
Dan.
finish
Nicely done.
really well. He was only behind by 2 points, and I feel sad for Richard.
Yeah, I hope Richard's okay. I'm not really sure what
But
went on
that
there.
was beneficial for Dan,
Reset these implements.
because that might have ended up giving him the overall, because I think Richard... And first thing Dan does is go directly to Richard to see what's going on. I love that.
I'm not sure quite what's going on. I'm not sure if Richard got injured on that.
Dan, not the showiest guy, but
No,
certainly
just gets
a
the
really
job
nice
done.
fella.
Yeah.
Been around the sport for 100 years. Like
Looks like Richard's up, so that's good
Richard's
news.
up and walking off, which is good. Most important things are having fun and staying uninjured as much as possible. So Dan will get second in that event with 4 loads in 35:43.
All right. We are moving on to our next class, men 50 plus open. Weights 250, 275, 48, and 52. And we are going to have 3 competitors in this category. So our first competitor, William Hansen, is going to fly solo. And then Lonnie Parker and Chris Porter will go head to head.
So the points in this one, everybody's just here to have a good time on this event, let's say.
Yeah.
The point spread is set in a way that
Not much is going to change based off of
nothing
this.
can change. So these guys just trying to finish the weekend strong, which is kind of, sometimes I feel like it can be a bummer, but also it's kind of nice to go into an event with literally no pressure,
expectations.
like you just go out there, have a good time, finish strong.
And it looks like
William giving us a little dance.
He's in the spirit.
He is in the spirit that we were just talking about. Honestly, the vibes in 50 plus masters are one of my favorites.
Oh, yeah.
Like, the guys are so...
Everybody's just happy to be on the side of the dirt.
And mostly in one piece. It's strong enough to do this stuff. It's like, it's fun. It's a good group. Definitely one of my favorite groups at Worlds, too. It's just a solid group of guys.
Come on, William, let's go. Let's get this first one.
He's going to keep at it.
15 seconds left for William.
He's got time. If he can get it in a good spot. There you go.
Oh!
That came off the ground so fast. And he's going to call it.
Good on William for keeping after it.
So, quick rewind to our men's 40 plus 231. So that shake-up there did give Dan Gavio the overall. Richard Brand did maintain his spot on the podium. He is in second. He had a nice cushion over third place going into that. So we hope he's okay.
Yeah.
At least okay enough to step onto the podium, which is always the hardest part for masters and open athletes.
Yeah.
Just stepping up on the podium. All right, last heat of 50 plus open. Lonnie Parker in lane 1, Chris Porter in lane 2. Chris Porter currently your leader with 15 total points, having a very solid. That means he won every single event, right?
I think so.
He did.
Yeah.
Let's see if he can go perfect.
Making quick work of
6
these
for
first
6.
two.
It's looking good so far.
About 20 seconds in.
He's not going to do the Carly Oliveira flip over the bar.
I don't know why not. Have these men learned nothing? Lonnie's done.
Lonnie's done. There we go, Chris.
Chris finishes with a perfect 6 out of 6 event wins. Really solid performance from him. I hope he's happy. I hope they're all happy.
4 bags in 38.86 seconds for Chris.
A good time for...
Event win and overall win.
So that was the same as the 40 plus guys who are lighter, and that time would have put him like solidly in contention.
Yeah.
With the younger, lighter athletes. So really good result there for Chris to finish out his weekend.
All right.
Last class.
Last
we don't know what they're doing.
Category. Yep.
I gotta look at a different sheet.
It's
Hold,
a big
please.
surprise. Men 40 plus open. They will be doing 275, 300.
That's heavy.
Yeah, it's not light.
Good for them.
At 48 and 52 inches, so same heights as our last several classes, but 275 and 300
That's
pound
2
bags.
Katie's.
That's 2 Katie units.
2 Katie units on that
Yeah.
first one.
Sadly,
They're not playing around. Less than two.
Yeah, less than 2 Brian units. That'd be about 2001 Brian. That would be two 2001 Brians. My felt 77 kilo lifting days.
All right, back to the action. Lane 1, Stan Wright. Lane 2, Neil Harmer. And both these guys just looking for a strong finish for their weekends.
It's like Neil's grip is not having it.
It almost looks like a bicep
Like
or
a
wrist, or
forearm
like
pump,
there's
yeah.
something else going on. Which, as we know from anatomy, those things are all connected to each other. So
once that acid builds up in there, it's hard to get it to go away.
once the tendons get cranky too,
Yeah,
they're just going to be cranky now.
yeah. You can only take so much Advil.
we push the limits of that regularly.
Yeah. Oh, man.
I like the dismount. And they're going to call it there. So as we get ready for the next two athletes, I'll give you a quick look because the end of this one's going to be exciting. Very, very close in our podium contention. In first place, we have Jonathan Winberly with 60.5. In second, Eric Dawson with 60. And in third, Fons Neves with 59.5. And then still not too far behind that, Randy Cole with 55.5. So
yeah,
those last two heats in this class are going to be...
Could definitely be some movement there.
Very exciting. Some potential podium shakeups there from some really solid athletes. But right now we have two other solid athletes, Charles Caruso in lane 1, Terrell Young in lane 2. Good first bag there for Terrell.
Charles also able to get that first bag over, slightly behind Terrell. So Terrell's going to get that 300-pound bag in his lap.
So there's kind of two strategies too, right? Like there's a just get it and run and then reset, but then there's also an option to do more like what he just did where you get it in the right position before the carry.
Yeah.
He looks a little winded. They're going to both run up against the time cap.
Yeah.
That brings up our next heat. Chad Shannon in lane 1, Jonathan Ball in lane 2. Charles credited with one load in 19.43, Terrell with one in 16.25, putting him currently in the lead in this event.
If it's not true, it should be.
All right, Chad Shannon, Jonathan Ball. Almost at the end of our Masters competition. Awesome carry from both competitors there. Moving on to this 300-pound bag. Jonathan, solid work. Ah, you love to see it. And Jonathan is going to jump on to the 300.
So again, the athletes do have to do the lighter bag first on the first run, but then they can choose what they want to do on the second. So I think as long as you're sure you're going to get it.
Oh, Jonathan just ahead. Chad.
Chad's got one left.
Oh, God, I'm sorry. I was so excited watching Jonathan.
It was very exciting. It's fine.
Chad's doing great, too.
Chad's
there
doing
we
great.
go.
He
Finishes also, yeah.
Gives the crowd a little fist pump.
Yeah, I couldn't see that last bag on the screen. There's like a curtain kind of between us and the floor, so I couldn't see that last bag.
A likely excuse.
A likely
You just
story.
got excited. It's
I
fine.
did. I just got really excited for...
So Jonathan with 4 in 44.49, and Chad with 4 in 58.88. Just squeaking in under the time cap there.
It's really great technique from Jonathan on that too.
You just really loved Jonathan's whole run.
I really appreciate like a very technical, solid event.
Great job, Jonathan. Next in lane 1, we have Michael Gallagher, and in lane 2, George Lucido.
All right, I need both my athletes to start behind the mats. I want thumbs up so I know you both are good. Competitors are ready. Timers ready. Go!
And Michael and George.
Excellent speed by Gallagher.
Fast first load there by Michael Gallagher, and then he stopped for a second. I don't know.
Yeah, I don't know what was up with
I
that.
don't know.
He was just
He was
admiring
just
his work.
I did it.
Yeah,
Yeah, he's just checking it out.
that's fine.
But yeah, built great.
Yeah.
Enjoy the moment.
If I could launch a 300-pound sandbag to the next implement, I'd just stop and take a look too. There we go.
How many seconds left?
And Michael's going to finish. George pretty close behind him, and they are both going to get it done.
I think Michael might have taken the lead with that one. He did. 4 in 43.1, so that puts him slightly ahead of Jonathan from the last heat. And George will get credited with 4 loads in 47.8 seconds,
Ooh.
which puts him in 3rd.
Somebody get George a bucket.
Sandbags often make my tummy feel yucky too.
Oh yeah.
It pushes down
Yes.
in like the worst spots.
Not unusual to have a good dry heave after.
Or a wet one.
Oh.
We still have a whole
yeah.
afternoon to go, guys. All right, next heat, Joel Rodriguez and James Monroe.
A wet heave.
Ew,
Ugh.
we moved on. We've moved on.
Now it's too late. You open this door. All right. Here goes Joel Rodriguez and James Monroe. Really nice work from both guys. 300-pound bag coming up next for both of them. James a little bit quicker off the line.
Looks like Monroe's got the lead on this one.
Really nice work from James. And James.
Good time. That
First.
should be.
Really good time. And Joel close behind, and he's
Yeah,
also
I
good
think
finish.
that should be your 1 and 2.
Yeah.
Okay, so James came in with 4 loads in 38.37, and Joel with 4 in 44.74. I thought they were closer than that. Maybe I was just getting carried away. Oh, it's just really, I see. So Joel was 44.74. Then we had Jonathan with 44.49. And Michael with 43.1. So all these guys within like basically a second and a half of each other. That explains my general confusion.
I
But
mean, let's
at
not get
least
nuts.
on this one event, in this one instance.
right,
But
coming up.
James still in first currently now with the time to beat, 38.37.
And we got Randy Cole and Fons Nieves.
So this is where we start to really see some potential shakeups in the podium. Randy currently sitting in 4th with 55.5. Fonz in 3rd with 59.5, only half a point out of 2nd, and 1 point total out of 1st. So He's going to be looking for a really fast time. And our first shoulder of the competition, and he chucked that. Randy, holy moly.
That may have went over both uprights.
Yeah.
Let's see. Oh, my
they
God,
both
both
threw,
of them.
Oh, look at the position that Fonz got on those. That's like, they're so close. These guys look
Last
really.
bag. And it looks like Fonz is going to
come in ahead on that.
And then Randy just with a quick adjustment at the end there, but man.
Really good times for both of them.
Really good runs for those guys.
That was fun.
Height and distance on that one there.
I don't get to request replays, but I want to see the shoulder to the chuck again. Fonz with the fastest sandbag steeplechase time we've seen all day, 27:85. Randy right behind him, 33:25. So that's your first and second overall in this event.
But 2 more competitors to go in this category, Eric Dawson and Jonathan Wimberly. These are going to be our
They're
last.
going to have to put in work.
They really are. And these are going to be our last 2 competitors of our Masters Nationals competition.
And just as a little reminder again, Fonz was coming into that in 3rd, but only 1 point behind Jonathan, who's in 1st. So, and both of those guys just put in really good times. So Eric and Jonathan really have to come in hot.
They do. And Eric and Jonathan came into this only separated by ½ a point.
I'm so excited. Should I stand up?
Do what's in your heart.
Last heat of our America's Strongest Master competition for 2024. Kicking off now. Good pick by Jonathan. He wants it. These guys hustling. They're
Both
going
of these
quick,
guys,
but
neck
I don't
and
know.
neck.
Fonz
I
was
don't know.
really
Fonz
fast.
was really fast, so we'll have to see what happens here.
Well, and Eric threw that first one
and
pretty
a little
much
bit of a
to
bobble.
the bar, so he barely had to carry it. Eric's going to put in a really good time there.
And Jonathan just
Jonathan's going to finish.
had a drop on that
I don't know,
first
guys.
bag.
Stay tuned. Let me see what these come out. Okay, Eric had 4 in 28:27, which is less than a second slower than Fonz. So, holy moly. Based on our preliminary scores, that puts Ildefonso Nieves in 1st overall. He got 1st in that event with 4 loads in 27:85. Right behind him, Eric Dawson with 4 in 28:27. So what is that, 5/10 of a second? And then Jonathan in 3rd on that with 4 in 31:94, which actually bumped him from 1st, it looks like, down to 3rd.
All right, so here's what's going to happen. So our Masters competition is now complete.
And we have scheduled awards at 2:30, which is in 6 minutes. So what we will do is probably stay on for a second here and see how quickly we're going to get awards running. And if it's quick, then you're stuck with us still.
Yeah, so what's going to happen the rest of the day? So after Masters Awards, then we're around 3 o'clock. We are going to continue with our Pro 80 Kilo Strongman and Pro 64 Kilo Women competition. They are going to move on to the deadlift first, and then bag toss, and then steeplechase, and then the awards for those classes will be around 4:20. So
that's going to run really quick because the deadlift is for reps for them.
Yes.
With capped at, I believe, 60 seconds. So
yeah, if you guys want to catch any of those events, just make sure you don't sleep because those are going to move really quickly. They're going to stick to the timetable, so don't worry if one of them gets done sooner than it's supposed to. They're still going to wait until the posted time for the next event. So 3 o'clock, 3:20, 4, 4:20. That's going to be the schedule for the afternoon. All right, real quick, let's run through everything real quick. We are at the Broward County Convention Center in Fort Lauderdale, Florida for Strongman Corporation, Masters Nationals.
And America's Strongest Man, 80 kilo, and America's Strongest Woman, 64 kilo.
With our sponsors. So our sponsors, Zone Smelling Salts.
Serious Steel
Fitness. I can't see.
Cerberus and Odd Objects.
And Odd Objects. I lost all my vision there for a brief second. Yeah, so we're at the Fit and Flex Expo. I got to tell you, everything has run amazingly well this time around. I got hats off to James Diffenball
And the volunteer crew.
and the volunteers, the judges, everybody has done a fantastic job.
It's been a busy competition season the last couple months, so most of these volunteers have been coming out about every 3 weeks for the past couple months, all over the country to put on these shows. We could not do it, obviously, without the support of you guys spectating. So anytime that you are doing things like on the feed, sharing, that gets us views and visibility, which helps us bring in sponsors. Sponsors help us run the shows, help us pay the pro athletes. So everybody's contributing, and we appreciate all
Everybody
of it.
wins.
And everybody wins.
Also, special shout out to Iron Vision.
Yes,
For the amazing
doing
live
the
feed that you guys have
killer
been
live
watching
feed.
all weekend. They have been very nice to us, and we appreciate it. They've been
We're
listening.
waving at them.
They have been listening to our garbage for hours.
Yeah, you
at this
guys get to
point.
walk away. They don't.
Yeah.
They can't
get
leave.
away from us.
They just have to listen to us the whole time.
Yeah. Cool stuff going on out here this weekend. A lot of stuff going on in the convention center. Bodybuilding, martial arts.
People hitting each other with swords.
People hitting each other with swords.
An old guy just yelling.
Just hollering.
Just hollering.
Can't even really tell what they're competing in. This guy's just hollering. We met some nice folks that were new to us anyway.
From Strongman Institute.
Strongman Institute. Super nice folks. We're looking forward to hopefully hanging out again with them in the future. But anyway, all right, we're going to give you guys a break. So it is 2:28 right now, and we will be coming back
with awards
at
2:30.
We're gonna get the download real quick on how that's gonna work for
and
you guys.
I'll put it in the chat, so you don't have to actually listen to
We'll
us.
put it in the chat, so don't worry. We'll figure out what's going on for you guys. We'll be back in a few minutes, and we'll let you know what's going on. All right, you guys. Talk to you soon.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, we are about to begin our award ceremony for America's Strongest Master. So, athletes, if you can hear my voice, make sure you are paying attention. We are going to be doing our award ceremony. We're going to start off with our women's 50-plus 140-pound champion, Carrie Chase. I need Carrie Chase to come on up and collect your award. First place. First and only place. There it is. Make some noise for Carrie, guys. Your champion. Okay. Well done for Carrie. And we're going to go ahead and move right along to our women's 40-plus 140-pound third place podium finisher, Sandy Caruco. Come on up, Sandy Caruco. We're going to follow that up with our second place winner, Kat Bechtold. Kat Bechtold. And finally, your women's 40-plus 140-pound champion, Carly Oliveira, who is due to compete in America's Strongest Woman in like, what, 90 minutes? Less than? 90? Excellent. Ladies and gentlemen, your podium finishers for the women's 40-plus 140-pound class. We're going to move right along to our women's 50-plus 180-pound champions, starting with Michelle Hicks. Michelle Hicks, come on up. Alongside Kim Barnhart. Kim Barnhart. Still very, very new to the sport. I can't wait to see her thrive. And finally, your women's 50-plus 180-pound champion, your first place winner, Kelly Bolton. Take them in, folks. Take them in. And we're going to go ahead and move alongside to...
Yeah, Kelly, you're old.
We're going to move alongside to our women's 40-plus 180-pound class. Let me make sure I've got this right. Yes. In third place, I'd like to welcome Latrice Lewis to the stage. Latrice Lewis, come on up. Latrice. Latrice Lewis. Bueller. We're going to go ahead and have a placeholder there. So Latrice Lewis in third place, followed by Joanne Mayall. Joanne Mayall, come on up. With the America shoes. And in first place, your women's 40-plus 180-pound champion, Barb Rimley. Well done to these ladies. Excellent showing. All right, we're gonna move right along ahead to our women's 50-plus open class. I'm gonna need in third place, we've got Anita Vargo. Anita Vargo. I don't know what a Vargo is, but I need it. I'm sorry. All right, I'm gonna need in second place, we've got Kynwin Chavez. Kynwin Chavez, come on up. and your women's 50+ open class champion, Kristen McCarthy. It's the end of the day. All my voices just sound like Oprah. All right, so take in these champions, take in these podium finisher guys. We're gonna move right along to our open class for our women's 40+ class. In third place, we've got Lindsay San Giorgio. Lindsay San Giorgio. And in second place, by way of Hawaii, representing Moa Iron, I've got Shauna Russell. And finally, your women's 40+ open champion, Kelly Jones. Four-time champion. Well done, well done. Look at these strong ladies. All right, and we're gonna go ahead. We're gonna move on to our men's classes, starting with James Pierce of the men's 50+ 200-pound class. James Pierce, come up and collect your award. Well done, James. Well done. And then we're gonna move right along to our men's 40+ category, the 200-pound class. I'm gonna need Thomas Heindel to come on up. Make yourself known, Thomas Heindel. Followed by Quint Zambon, Quint Cavs Zambon. And your men's 40+ 200-pound champion by a single point, Ryan Largay. Well done to all these men. And we're gonna move along to our men's 50+ 231-pound class, starting off with Mike Monarch. Mike Monarch, come on down. Followed by Donovan Rascon in second place. Donovan Rascon, 133 competitions. And finally, your men's 50+ 231-pound winner, Michael Craig. Excellent showing by all these men. We should get them like a John Deere gift card or something. It's a master's class. You guys, see me later. I'll see you about getting butterscotch for all you guys. All right, and we're gonna move along to our men's 40+ 231-pound class. In third place, we've got JJ Joseph Judd. And in second place, Richard Brand, Florida's own Richard Brand. And your class winner, Dazzling Dan Gavio. Well done to these men. Moving right along to our men's 50-plus open category. In third place, I've got William Hansen. William Hansen. Big Sarge. And in second place, I've got Lonnie Parker. Lonnie Parker, come on up. And your men's 50-plus open winner, Chris Porter. We're going to see about next year getting the men's 50-plus class gift cards to Lowe's or Home Depot. Well done, all you men. And last, and certainly not least, we've got our men's 40-plus open class winners. Starting off with Florida's own Jonathan Winberly. He's gonna bring that hardware home. It's a Prime Strength gym out of Florida. Up next in second place, I've got Eric Dawson, the strongest cookie monster I've ever seen. And finally, your men's open class 40-plus age bracket winner, Ildefonso the Avalanche Nieves. And just a reminder that the difference between first and second place here was half a point. Half a point. That's what we like to see, is people pushing each other to just inching each other out. Well done by these men. And this concludes our awards ceremony for America's Strongest Master 2024.
Let's get all of our winners out here for a big group picture. Just redo there. Well done to all of our athletes, not just our podium winners, and we hope to see you again next year.
All right, everybody. We are back. We just did our Masters award ceremony. So what we are going to be moving on to next very shortly is our 80-kilo men's deadlift event, and then the 64-kilo women's deadlift event.
Slightly different setup.
Yeah,
than
slightly
this
different
morning.
format from this morning. So for this deadlift event for both 80-kilo men and 64-kilo women, it is going to be a axle deadlift 4 reps. It's going to be a standard height, conventional deadlift only, so obviously no sumo.
This is Strongman.
Or anything like that. Hands need to be outside of the legs. No sumo deadlift. No Jefferson deadlift. Hitching allowed. Equipment allowed for this event is going to be deadlift suits.
Which is also different from this morning.
Which is also different
so
from this
morning.
morning.
The
It was
athletes were
briefs
allowed to wear
only.
briefs, right,
Yeah.
but no suits. But this is suits, straps.
Gloves, that's weird. Chalk, sleeves, knee wraps, belt, and briefs.
If you don't put it on there, then people ask.
Yeah.
It's always better to just put it on there.
Yeah.
No grip shirts.
Obviously, equipment not allowed. Anything sticky, tacky, spray tack. No lifting hooks. It's going to be a 25-pound axle, so the judges are going to be looking for a full lockout at the top of each rep. The athlete will get the down command, and then that will be a good rep. Where are we at? Disputes regarding lockout. Now we're going to skip over that. So it looks like the women are going to be starting at 365.
And ending there. They're just
Oh,
doing
I'm sorry.
365 for reps.
I'm still in the event. I'm still in this morning's event.
They're doing
I am
365
sorry.
pounds for
64
reps.
kilo women will be 365 pounds. 80 kilo men will be 545 pounds.
From there, we will go into the Cerberus bag toss for max height. So that's going to look just like it did this morning. The athletes will get, it looks, so this morning they did one round of attempts where they had a full minute and 5 attempts. This is 2 rounds with 3 attempts each. I think that's staying the same. We'll double check that for you.
Yeah, we'll see.
So that will be the only difference. So it'll be the how many lights light up.
Yeah.
Heights determined based on that. If they exceed the height of the apparatus, they'll go up to a heavier bag.
Yeah, and you guys will see what we're talking about when they roll the bag throw rig back out. It's basically uprights that have like motion detector type lights on them, so you can see, you know, where the athlete
It looks
hit.
like a circus game, like
It does, yeah, where you hit the thing and it goes up. Yeah.
It looks real. Maybe I didn't get out on the floor earlier, but I feel like this is going to be my chance to go out and throw.
And the way they did it this morning, so the highest possible throw on the apparatus is 18.5 feet. So if you hit that and then another athlete hits that, then what they did is they took the bag weight up, and then you went again to see who could do that next weight at the highest possible throw. So it's basically a weight for height, but just a slightly different format than everybody's used to. And then event number 6.
The Sandbag Steeplechase. Again, that's going to look just like what we just saw from our Masters athletes. So it'll be 2 bags that need to go over a shorter bar, carried 15 feet, put over a shorter bar, then carried again another 15 feet, put over a taller bar, and that will stop the time. So 4 total sandbag loads with some carrying in between, and we'll go over that in a little bit more detail when we get to it with the exact event rules and everything. But we're looking at 3 events this afternoon. Just like yesterday, it's going to move pretty quick.
Yeah.
Athletes are going, I believe, head-to-head, so we're going to cruise right through these. And our schedule as of right now is that the deadlifts are going to start quite soon. The athletes are pretty much done warming up. It seems like we're about done loading up the bars, and then we'll start with the deadlift. We're looking at bag toss starting around 3:20 and the steeplechase at 4, and then awards directly following at 4:20. So we will be sticking to this schedule pretty closely, even if we get done before that, just to make sure that the athletes have enough time to breathe before their next event. So while it might seem on the spectator end like it's a little slow, think about it from an athlete perspective.
Yeah.
They need to change their shoes and drink some water.
Yeah, and get a little bit of a rest after they do a max rep deadlift, and then go right into a bag toss where they're going to violently extend all the muscles that they just destroyed in the previous event. So yeah, that's a good test.
So we're going to be sticking to that schedule.
Just since we're done with all the masters, like, congratulations to all the masters that competed this weekend. Everybody did great. Nothing crazy happened.
The last event was really exciting too. A lot of the classes were decided by like 1 point or a half a point, so it came down to the last event. It was really fun to watch. Really good attitudes from all the competitors, good camaraderie. It was a really awesome competition, good performances.
Volunteers killed it as usual. Volunteers, scorekeepers, everybody's doing a great job here. I don't know. It's our first time at the Fit and Flex Expo in Fort Lauderdale, Florida. I hope they do it again. I mean, I would come out again next year for it if they did.
Yeah, it's been a really good experience so far, and we're definitely looking forward to a similar excellent show from our America's Strongest Man, America's Strongest Woman competitors. It's like we are getting ready to bring the 80 kilo men out now. Again, if you want to follow along with the scores as they come out, you can do that. All the links are on strength.events. Just click through to either America's Strongest Man or America's Strongest Woman, depending on what you want. The links to the score sheets, I believe, are also all in the description, the video description that you're currently watching. So if you want to follow along with live scoring, go ahead and do that.
Cool. All right, we are about to get started. So hopefully these guys they just switched the video over. to the competition floor.
Instead of looking at us.
Instead of looking at
You
us.
don't want
I mean,
that.
I know it's a treat, but sure that you guys would much rather see the event happening.
So we are going to be, the athletes have been reordered by their current placement. So we're going to go in reverse order of placement. I'll give you the points though in the actual order, unless they're about to go.
First two competitors up in our 80 kilo men's category is Rocky Rapiselli and Daniel Denny.
So I'll give you a quick rundown of the scores. Currently in first place, we have Quinn Ramasco with 22 points. Alec Petrone in second with 21. Josh Hendrickson in third with 17, followed by Anthony Eckerson with 15. Hernie Pena with 11. Nate Jones 10. Daniel Denny 7. And Rocky Rapiselli 5. So it's pretty tight at the top there. So it should be a good, exciting day 2. And we are getting ready to go here for Rocky and Daniel. Again, the bar is loaded to 545 pounds. These athletes weighed in at 80 kilos or less. I'll even do some math for y'all.
Oh boy.
So we
Mathing.
can, well, it's harder when you get the weight class in kilos and then the weight in pounds, you know?
Right, so these guys are going to get started pretty quickly here. Looks like Rocky is going with the suit. It looks like Daniel is going with just a belt.
So these are 80 kilo lifters lifting 247 kilos. 176 pound athletes lifting 545 pounds. Like a bunch of times.
Yeah.
Is the
hopefully.
goal.
It looks like Daniel's
going to say, I would like to lift this 0 times, actually. Never mind.
Yeah, it looks like both of these guys are... Oh, wait. Daniel's coming back out.
Oh, just kidding. He put his fancy pants on today.
He
So
did.
you got to
You
at
better
least
do
give it
something.
another go if you're going to put on your fancy pants. Oh, he broke that one side off the ground, but it just wasn't quite enough.
Daniel calling it, as well as the rock.
Yeah, it looks like our first heat
Nice little tap.
is not going to result in any reps, unfortunately. So that is going to bring up Nate Jones and Hernie Pena.
This is over 3 times body weight on this deadlift.
Yeah.
And on an axle. So
Yeah.
earlier today we saw the masters lifting on the Kratos bar, which is longer and much whippier
Yeah.
of a deadlift bar. This is the exact opposite end of the spectrum. It's a little bit shorter and completely the stiffest bar you can use and fatter. So it's got absolutely no give to it at all. So a very different style of deadlift, even though they're both off the floor, completely different feel to it than what we saw this morning.
And a good
Nice
rep
first
for
rep
Hernie.
for Hernie.
Really fast, really strong.
Smooth for Nate, not as fast, but a smooth rep. Again, it's Strongman, so hitching and ramping are both allowed.
It's going to be
Hernie,
4 reps
that's a
for Hernie.
that's a textbook ramp there
Yeah,
from
it's
Hernie. So it's
beautiful.
just getting the bar above the knees and then sitting to get the weight onto the legs, pulling the shoulders back behind the weight.
The old
and
Derek
then-
Poundstone.
And that's a real throwback. I feel like the kids these days are looking at Rob Kearney for that.
Yeah. Come on, Hernie.
Nice.
There
It
you
really
go.
lets you get back behind the bar and pull back on it, and use a lot more legs in the finish of the lift, and taking a little bit out of the grip. So really good start to the day for Hernie there.
Yeah,
Nate
it's
banging
great.
out a couple reps.
Couldn't happen to a nicer guy. Love that guy.
All right, so it's 6 reps officially for Hernie and 3 for Nate. Next up, we have Anthony Eckerson in lane 1 and Josh Hendrickson in lane 2.
Mr. 580 barbell himself, Josh. Him and Dante and the rest of the crew out there in Pittsburgh. Big hello to you guys.
Our Yinzer friends.
Our Yinzer friends. Check out their fantastic pre-workout horsepower.
And the pod. They've had some good people on
Yeah,
the
they've
podcast.
had to, I mean, they had us, so geez.
Ugh, the best.
Kidding me?
Good first rep
from
there
Josh.
for
both
Josh
of
and for
them.
Anthony.
Really good pull from Josh.
Josh using my favorite personal technique, which is the upper back.
Yes. All back all the time.
Love it.
Love it.
So you see both these guys are wearing suits, and what the suit is going to do is help, especially off the floor initially, so really sitting the hips deep into the suit to help. It's so tight at the bottom, and it helps the weight kind of pop off the ground a little bit easier, which especially on an axle can be really helpful because you don't get that extra give off the floor that you would get with a barbell, or especially like a deadlift bar or the Kratos bar that we saw this morning. So the suit can really factor in the whole lift, but especially in that pull off the ground.
Roughly 5 seconds left. Can Anderson pull out another rep?
See, Josh went with the do as many as you can, and then
take a little break, and then just hope for the best.
Hope for the best.
Great set of reps from both of those guys.
So Anthony coming in with 5, and Josh tying Herney with 6. So the current number to beat is still 6. Going into our last heat here, Alec Patron in lane 1, Quinn Ramasco in lane 2. These are your current overall leaders. Quinn in first with 22 points, Alec in second with 21. So they will be looking to put some distance between each other on this event. Both good deadlifters.
Both suited up.
Both suited up.
Competitors ready. Timers ready.
Ready. Here they go.
If I'm not mistaken, the number to beat
Really good pull.
Yeah, good from
these
both.
guys.
6 reps to beat.
Nice pace too
Alec.
for Alec. If he can keep that pace, he's going to be in really good shape.
Alec's reps are looking better as he does them.
Sometimes too, especially when you're ramping, like
sometimes you gotta get
into the groove
yeah.
and the flow of doing the movement. And
There's roughly 30 seconds left. Still
they'll smooth out a little. You get tight, you stay tight.
Enough time to beat that.
Alec and Quinn right now separated by 1 point.
Both of them still doing good reps.
Alec is fighting the darkness.
TBH, I lost count because I was watching both of them at the same time, and I can only count one lifter at the same time, so they still have time left. Alec.
And that's a match.
Yeah,
Unbelting, unstrapping. So Alec also coming in with 6 reps, and Quinn.
By both these gentlemen, by both these super strong, handsome, not short at all.
Waiting for the final total here from Quinn. 900 reps.
He also was 6
Everybody
reps.
did 6.
Had a 4-way tie in that event with
Goodness.
6 points, all sharing 6.5 points apiece. So now,
Well, I don't like that.
well, I mean, it's going to make the last event pretty exciting.
It's going to be really exciting. So what happens when you tie in Strongman, for those unfamiliar, you split the points. So everybody who got that, you add up the total points that each of you would get, and then you divide it evenly. So you end up with half points. And we did have at least one category in Masters that the winner in the overall was by half a point.
Yeah.
And it came down to the last event. So the half points do make it really exciting. We'll see what happens
So
in the bag
now
toss.
they are going to strip the bar down to 365 pounds for our 64-kilo women.
Right now we've got Colleen Mulcahy in first with 9 points, Carly Oliveira in second with 6, and Joanne Hagedorn in third with 2 points. Carly just won her Masters division this morning.
Yeah, she's doing double duty this weekend, competing in 2 different categories. Look back at the Steeplechase event so you can see her epic flip over the bar transition.
Yeah, I wonder if she'll do I mean, how do you top that, right?
I know, she has to do it again, so maybe she'll do it again, who knows. Yeah, so competing head-to-head to finish out that category.
my ladies, my 64-kilogram ladies, we're gonna start off. I'm gonna need a head.
All right, we are loaded up and ready to go here.
In heat 5, you will be going actually solo. Joanne Hagedorn in lane 1. Let's get you up here.
Joanne is headed out. Here she comes.
365
going like a breeze.
reps. She's allowed to strap in.
Versa grips? Yeah.
Yeah.
Competitor ready. Timers ready. Go! She's got to set the pace.
Good rip for Joanne.
Looks like she does have a suit on there. She tried to go, so if possible, you can keep some tension at the bottom, which you can see she tried to do there, and parlay that tension into the next rep.
Touch and go. But
that control, for me at least, that control on the way down, to me that's harder than just getting tight again. But you will see some athletes that the first rep is the hardest one, so they do their best to keep the tension and let the tension help carry over into the next rep.
Ooh,
Looks like she's
up.
not quite centered, it looks like.
Yeah, looks like that one side's coming up, but good work from Joanne. So, last two competitors in this event in our women's 64 category, your number 1 and number 2 for this class, Carly Oliveira and Colleen Mulcahy.
And Carly already maxed out her deadlift earlier today
So
on,
it should be
on a
fun.
nice bendy bar, and now she gets to do max reps.
On a stiff axle.
Suited up. Reminder for our athletes, both down and up commands, they are allowed to strap in their own time.
Looks like Carly also opting for the Versa grips. Colleen going with figure 8s. Good first
Almost
reps
in
for
unison.
both ladies. They have been neck and neck in every single event.
So Carly's moving at a pretty good clip here, slightly ahead of Colleen.
We did see with the guys, a couple guys that came out really fast and then they were just done. So keeping that pace is going to be a different story. It's like Colleen, I don't know if she didn't tighten her belt to begin with or if her belt popped there. So
Cool. Carly.
that's especially fortunate strap and those. Colleen, a little bit too far forward.
Excellent showing by
Carly pulled out the.
staggering 360.
We'll get the final total. So it's 8 reps there for Carly.
Take a small little break before getting into our next event.
5 for Colleen. So Carly will finish first in that event and climb 1 point closer to that number 1 position. So I'm going to fact check this before I say it out loud. But yes, so Colleen came in first in all 3 events yesterday, but just barely by like 1 second or 2. Like it was very, very close
Very
all
close.
day. So I'm sure Carly feels good about taking that one as to get her. I was going to say to get her day 2 started, but
Yeah, it's kind of already
so
going.
that is it for our ladies and for our deadlift, and we're going to go next into the Cerberus bag toss for max height. That is scheduled to begin at another time, which I will pull up for you. 3:20, which is in 2 minutes. So we are just like a few minutes behind here. I'm going to say 3:30 because we do have to pull out the throwing apparatus. So we are going to leave you for a few minutes. It's going to be okay. Don't worry.
Don't worry, we'll be back.
We will be back, and we will explain to you exactly how this works. And in the meantime, grab a snack, but I would say be back in about 5 to 10 minutes.
Yep, sounds about right.
All right.
All right, see y'all soon.
some next level strategery. Raise your hand if that's your tape measure. Who brought that tape measure from home? That one must have come to it. They're all going to take advantage of it, though.
All right, everybody. So we have some warm-ups going on right now with our 80-kilo men getting ready for this bag throw for height. So you guys can see as they're warming up, you can see the lights on the side of the rig there. So that's kind of showing the judges the height of the throw. So you can see there.
Going to double check on the rules because there was a slight change. Instead of having 2 rounds of throwing that were 30 seconds each, this morning the athletes had 1 round that was 60 seconds. So we'll double check on that for you.
Yeah, that was up to 5 attempts earlier.
Yeah, and I think this is 2 rounds of 5, and I think there are 2 rounds of 3, and I think they'll keep it the same because there's fewer athletes.
Yeah, and again, so what's going to happen is if any 2 athletes in either class manage to max out the implement, then they will go head-to-head with a 5-pound heavier bag.
Which did happen more than once this morning.
Yeah, we had a few we had a few toss-offs this morning. Katie's shaking her head at me. Nice.
The lights are staying lit up right now, though, so.
Yeah, there's like a little control box that the judge has where they can reset it. It's that little blue guy right there down to the left.
Just continuously learning.
All right, so we are just about to get started. Cerberus bag toss for max height, 80 kilo men, and it looks like Rocky is going to be leading us off. The 80 kilo men will be throwing a 40-pound bag
To start. Rocky coming out of Pennsylvania / the training center, which is in Delaware.
And it looks like he's going to get 2 lights on that. There is a light to height conversion. Just neither one of us have bothered to
It's
commit
much
it to memory.
easier to just.
We just wait
to be
for it to
fair,
show up
I
in the-
didn't call.
Oh.
I called all deadlifts this morning. This morning we had deadlifts and sandbag toss at the same time. Brian called the sandbags and I called the deadlifts.
I should have known that shot was coming.
So I didn't have to remember any heights. I just had to call 3 deadlift heats at the same time that I couldn't see.
Anyway, yeah, there is a light to height conversion. We just wait until it pops up in the score sheet so that we can tell you exactly what the athlete was able to get for their turn.
And if you would like to do the same, you may find the score sheet link in the description of this video.
Gonna have Daniel Denny coming out for his first attempt.
Number of attempts also, I don't know if we mentioned this earlier, the number of attempts doesn't matter. The only
Correct.
score the athlete is going to get is whatever their highest bag toss is of all of the tosses combined.
Correct, yeah. So if you and another athlete both get 16 feet, it doesn't matter who threw it first. You both get the same score. Pretty good throw from Daniel there. He's going to get 7 lights on that one.
Let's see if we can match it or better than
4 that time.
So the real key is getting the point of that parabola right on the sensors. There's a lot more precision than just
Looks like he's able to duplicate his previous 7 light attempts.
well done, an excellent try by Daniel Denny. Up next, I've got Nate Jones. Nate Jones coming by. Nate said he'd work on my slipping grip. He still hasn't. Okay, no, he didn't. I said it.
And now we have Nate Jones coming out. Again, 40-pound bag for height. Oh, good throw. Oh, it's a good throw, but a little too far out in front of the sensors. So that bag does have to break the plane so that it can activate the sensors.
7 lights is the number to beat. 7 lights is the number to beat. Let's
So
see.
he matched Daniel's best throw with 7 lights. Looks like another 7 light throw.
That's a match. Well done for Nate Jones. Up next, I'm going to need Herney. Points firing.
And here comes Herney Pena for his attempt. Herney, a good height advantage here. Also a
Good human advantage.
well, that too, but yes, also a talented, explosive athlete. So I'd expect a pretty good throw from Herney here. Yes. Oh, yeah.
Oh, it
I
did
thought-
clear.
Yeah, it did clear.
This morning we saw some good throws that were really high,
Yeah.
but if it doesn't clear where the, I'm gonna call them lasers. I don't know what they actually are. If it doesn't clear the magic height lasers,
Oh, that was a good one. Yeah, that was a really good one. Very
then
nice.
you're not going to get a score. But similar enough, right, to when there's a bar there, like you can toss it real high, but the classic, it had the height. Yeah, these are some really nice throws.
I think that Herney managed to pull out a 9 on that second throw, I think. So that's going to be the...
Yeah, he's credited with 40 pounds to 17 feet, which gives him the current lead.
Yeah, so right now, Herney's in the lead. We have Nate and Daniel both tied at 16 feet, and Rocky in the final spot right now at 13.5 feet. So now we have Anthony Eckerson coming up for his 3 attempts.
I love the measurement.
Two lights for Anthony.
I think
on that one.
he hit that sensor on the way back down.
Oh.
It looked like he needs to take like a little step back. Maybe.
Yeah, you have to kind of measure. Like, it's
Because
not.
you want the peak of your throw to
go
be in
through
the
the
middle.
plane, yeah.
Yeah. So there's definitely some strategy and a lot more technique involved here.
That's
what
pretty
you
good
want.
throw. Yeah, so he's going to get 5 out of that.
Yeah. So we're actually in a not a good spot for lights, but a great spot for seeing that height. We're right on the side of the implement, so seeing where the peak of the bag is crossing and
The apex.
the hip throw looks like not as good as the last one.
So he is going to walk away with 15 feet, which is the 4th place position right now in this event. And we have Josh Hendrickson coming up for his 3 attempts.
Josh Anderson looking sporty in the pink tires. Tears. I'm going to say it's tears.
Let's throw for Josh. It's going to get him 5. So that's going to be a 15-foot throw. Let's see if Josh can get a little bit more height out of his next 1 or 2 throws. That one unfortunately went through and then kind of peaked at the behind the rig.
I feel like there's a joke somewhere in there about peaking too soon or peaking too late.
There we go.
Or
So you
something about peaks.
and you goofed on me for saying apex.
There's I'm gonna workshop it. I got a little time still. This is why I was on deadlift duty earlier.
Yes, exactly. Oh, and
Oh,
that one
good height, but didn't go
unfortunately
back far enough.
out in front of the rig. So that's going to be it for Josh for his first 3 attempts. And he is going to walk away with 15 feet, tied for 4th place in this event so far with Anthony. So next up we have Alec Patrone. Alec, who has been putting on a carrying event clinic this weekend, just destroyed both of the carrying events yesterday.
This is a man who has been listening. He understands where the rebel is. He's setting himself just right.
Yeah, he and Quinn have been
him and
trading
Quinn have
back
been
and forth on everything this weekend.
Going back and forth all week.
That was a good height.
Good throw. Like 8 lights, which is, I think, just below.
80 feet.
Boy, oh boy. Another good throw.
Is he using the hot dog? The hot dog method?
I don't know. Yes, kind of looks like he is.
Normally, the shorter, when people do that, it's typically the shorter athletes because it gets the bag a little bit higher off the ground in the backswing. Maybe he just likes the hot dog.
Maybe.
Brian's done with me for the weekend.
Yeah.
All right, and so he will be just short of Herney's throw of 17. Alec coming in with 16.5 feet puts him in 2nd in the event so far.
Quinn Ramasco.
Your current leader in the overall by 1 point.
It's going to be 7. Seven lights, not 7 hot dogs. Katie. 5 lights. This is going to be Quinn's last of his first 3 attempts. And then it's going to be 6. So that is going to put Quinn in a tie, 3-way tie for 3rd place in this event right now at 16 feet.
Ernie holding on to that lead with the 17-foot throw in the first round.
So we're going to switch out these bags. And ladies, you should know your orders, but if you do not, I'm going to need Joanne Hagedorn, with Carly Lauderdale on deck, and Colleen Mulcahy in the hole.
So the ladies are going to throw now.
Their first attempts. And the weight for them is 25 pounds. So Joanne Hagedorn is going to come out for her first 3 attempts.
And at 5'3", she's got a little bit of work to do here.
Feel that?
Oh, I thought she
Not
cleared that
gonna
first one.
Quite measure a height on that one. A little bit short again on the second attempt. Just overall, just a little bit. You know, if I can just be a little critical, I think probably keeping the bag a little bit too low overall. Like we always kind of like to train it so that the bag comes through high, scoops down, and then comes up. It seems to allow you to get a little bit more momentum on the bag.
The other thing that's always interesting about this event is for some people, throws just make sense.
Yeah.
And they just yeet these bags.
Yeah.
And some people
Just
have to
struggle,
be
yeah.
so technical. You see people with 0 technique whatsoever throwing massive heights, and then people with amazing technique.
Just not able to kind of.
Yeah, it's an interesting event that way.
It is.
And then, of course, the best of the best are good technique and a lot of power.
Yeah. So we're going to have Carly Oliveira with her final attempt here. Oh,
That looked like the
might
best
have been
one
the
so
best
far, yeah.
one. I can't remember whether she got 5 on the first attempt or not, but that's going to be good for 15 feet. 25 pounds to 15 feet for Carly.
And that's
As of right
high.
now, puts her in first place.
With 25 pounds. That's a good throw.
Yeah. Now we have Colleen Mulcahy coming out for her 3 attempts.
Nice.
Ooh, nice throw.
First throw there for Colleen.
Gonna
Looks like
match
she
Carly.
will match.
Yeah, I think.
Same thing again.
Looks like she's a little bit more in her.
That one I think missed the sensors.
All right, so we're going to have a 2-way tie for first place in that event so far with 15 feet for both Carly and Colleen.
Carly could really use a win
Yes.
here because she's running out of time
Yeah.
to make up that gap from yesterday.
She's got about 2 points, 2-point gap to make up right now, which I think.
She would have to win all 3 events today.
Yeah.
Or Colleen has to 0 something.
Right.
So a tie for Colleen is totally fine.
Yeah.
Tie for Carly, less fine.
Less fine.
So she's
All right,
going to be
so
looking to come out swinging.
the 80-kilo men are coming out for their second round of attempts, so they're going to get another 3 attempts, also at 40 pounds.
And again, the current height to beat is 17 feet from Hernie Penna.
Rocky is going to get a 1 light on that.
which is good because I think he did not register a score the first time around, so that is going to get him on the board.
Not going to get a height on that one. And another one light
yeah,
on
that one, it looked like his position was a little bit off. I think if he'd taken a step back there, that would have, he might have gotten 2. But he did get on the board with that, which is great.
So Daniel Denny coming out for his next 3 attempts. I believe he did not put a score.
I think he did. I think it just went away.
Oh, maybe they're adjusting. Yeah, I thought he at least got one in last time. Oh. Yeah, there we go. Got 4 lights on that. Better each time.
Which is also tough in this event. Like, there's a really quick diminishing returns on sandbag toss. Like, even though the weights are so light compared to other strongman events, the fatigue when you're being as explosive as possible, that was his best throw so far.
6 lights.
The fatigue buildup happens really quickly, so you really only get, that's why again, it's not a heavy weight comparatively, but they try to give these athletes as much time in between their first round and their second round as they could, because it does take a little time for your body to catch back up again.
There's Nate Jones coming up for his 3 attempts, and Daniel Denny is going to end up with 16 feet. Currently has him tied for 3rd place.
Good throw there by Nate.
Three lights on that second throw.
Missed the apex.
Missed it. Those pesky, wily apexes. And Nate's last throw here.
That was a nice blast throw.
Oh, yeah, he's going to get him 7.
Can't count 7. It's hard to count that fast before they go away. So 16 feet. So still nobody has matched Herney's throw from the first round of 17. See if he can improve on that.
That 8 lights. Oh, that was a good one.
Herney wants the crowd. That one, he somehow he still hit a good height on that. He pulled his body back down instead of continuing to extend up, but I think he did it late enough that it didn't negatively impact the throw. So it was a little funky. So it's like he
17 feet.
Matched his throw from the first round at 17 feet, which it held up in round 1. So Quinn and Alec right on his heels though with 16 and 16 and a half. Anthony Eckerson with his first throw this series.
He's going to get 4 lights out of that.
I would love to see him not run away and finish more up and really reach. That, yes,
that
like that. Oh, he heard me. one more throw here for Anthony. So again, this is a very different vibe than the event that we just saw. So one of the cool things about Strongman is the variety that you see. So it's not just static strength or moving, or like this is a much more explosive. For most athletes, it's pretty technical versus something like deadlift, which is going to be a static lift, and then we saw yesterday with the moving events, like there's so many different skills and
different muscle fiber.
Yeah, and the press is going to be great for short people, but this is going to be better for taller people. It's the throw has been a really nice addition, I think. Nice throw there from Josh. A nice addition to the strongman repertoire in the past few years. It wasn't really showing up at the like local regional level shows, and now it is, and it's a nice thing to mix into.
Sure. If you're into that kind of thing.
It's also nice to have something that doesn't just absolutely destroy you.
Yeah.
Like putting a nice sandbag toss in the middle of the show it's fun.
Yeah.
It's hard, but you finish without feeling like death. I believe Josh hit 16. The scores disappear.
Yeah, they're taking the scores
momentarily until they do their next one. So I lost control of that a little bit. The first time I tried to throw a sandbag, the sandbag went straight forward and I went straight backward. So it's a lot of it is controlling the momentum and the weight, and obviously the heavier that is, the harder it is to control it, and sometimes things don't go the direction that you want them to.
So Josh is going to end with 15 feet. We have Alec Patrone coming out for his 3 attempts.
And he was the closest to matching Herney last time with 16.5.
7?
7. I think Herney's was 8.
We did earlier on today have a few athletes that did clear the entire height, 18.5 feet.
They were also real tall.
Yeah.
It was the bigger classes. So these are the lightest pro classes that we have in Strongman. The 80 kilo
But there were
and
also
64.
some really tall people that didn't clear it. So.
There were, yeah. I'm just saying, it's going to be even harder for these athletes with the heavier weights and the shorter.
It's going to be another 7 for Alec.
They have the shorter.
And that's going to be 16.5 feet. Alec.
So he didn't improve on that first round. So,
but he is still in second place.
He
in
is.
This event.
He is. So Quinn also hit 16 in his first round.
That'll be a 6 for Quinn. Five.
He's got one more throw here.
It's going to be a 7.
So I believe that Herney's was 8. So I think that will not be quite enough. Yeah, so 16 feet for Quinn. So Herney will hang on to the win in that event with 17 feet at 40 pounds. We'll head back to the ladies.
Herney, Alec, and Quinn. It's going to be the order there. First place, second place, third place.
And that bumped Herney up to 4th overall.
That's it.
Tied, actually, I lied. He and Josh Hendrickson are now tied for 3rd place. with 25.5
Well,
points.
that is going to make the Sandbag Steeplechase that much
so
more
exciting. And there's only 1 point separating Quinn and Alec still, but they flipped positions. So Alec now in first and Quinn in second. It's exciting stuff, guys.
Right, so Joanne Hagedorn with 2 more attempts. 25-pound bag.
She's so close to getting that first sensor.
Let's see what she's got.
And unfortunately, Joanne unable to register a height. So now we're going to have Carly Oliveira come out for her final 3 attempts.
So Carly and Colleen both ended up with 15 feet in the first round. Carly definitely needs a win here. That was a nice start.
Nice start.
6, I can't remember the light to height conversion.
See?
That was a good, but that was a good,
It's a good throw.
oh, that one too far in front.
Hung out in front a little
Yeah,
bit.
it didn't cross the sensors.
Oh, and that one went a little too
Much
far back.
So the first throw was really good, though.
Yeah. Yeah, so that is going to be 15 feet.
15 and a half. So
Oh,
she added,
15
she
and a
did
half.
add half a
She
foot.
did add half a foot, yeah. So let's see if Colleen Mulcahy can
Colleen.
either match or exceed that height on her final
She
3
came in
attempts.
with 16. No, 15.
15.
I'm sorry. 15 on her first round. She will need 16. Ooh, that was a good one.
Was a good one. Oh, but
Oh, it
only
was
hit
too
2.
far
Yeah.
forward. She can repeat that, but stand a little closer. She's going to be in good shape. That was a nice throw.
It's going to be 4 lights. Ooh, pretty good throw. That's going to be good for
there.
5 lights. I don't think.
Carly went to 6, I want to say. Yeah, so
Yeah.
she matched. So Colleen ends with her throw 15. So Carly does take the win on that one with 15 and a half feet, putting her just 1 point behind Colleen. So we are going to, by we I mean the volunteers. We are going to
just
talk
sit
at
here.
you, and then we're going to have a snack, and then we're going to come back. The volunteers are going to take the throwing apparatus out, bring the steeplechase in. So the way the steeplechase works, it's going to be two sandbags and 2 bars. So sandbags are carried 15 feet, go over the first bar, then carry another 15 feet, go over the second bar. They have to go the light to heavy on the first one, but whatever order they want on the second. And the other interesting thing that's going to definitely factor in here is that any ties are going to be broken based on the score in this last event.
Yeah.
So we have a 1 point difference between Quinn and Alec for first and second in the men's division, and we have a 1 point difference, 13 and 12 for Colleen and Carly in the women's. So very much between those can come down to whoever wins this.
Yeah, it's been happening all day. It's been like really small separations between the people on the podium. We had one podium that was decided by the last event.
A bunch of podiums were decided by it, and the last one was like half a point.
Yeah.
So it'll be an exciting couple of races there, and we are scheduled, let me check the official schedule here, to start the steeplechase. We're pretty much exactly 10 minutes behind this whole time. So we'll see if we stay on track with that. We should be into the steeplechase at between 410 and 415. So
Yeah.
I would say tune back in around 410. We'll give you a rundown of the weights and the heights and the point standings and all that good stuff. So grab a snack and meet us
Yeah.
back here.
But in the meantime, before we go, we just want to say thank you to our sponsors one more time: Zone Smelling Salts, Serious Steel Fitness, Cerberus, and Odd Objects, as well as the
crew at Iron Vision Media
crew at Iron Vision Media.
for hooking up the live feed all weekend, and of course Strongman Corporation
Yeah,
for
and the
putting on
Broward-
the whole event.
The Broward County Convention Center for hosting. It's been a good time. We will see you guys in about 10 minutes or so.
Rappacelli out here in lane 1 and Daniel Denny in lane 2. I've got a theory. I've seen the way people load these. We're going to need these athletes to start behind the mats. Behind the mats. I want a thumbs up from both these athletes. Let me know that they're good. Competitor ready. Timers ready. Go! These are 250 and 275 pound bags. These are not light bags by any means. There's some strategy going on into here. Daniel Denny opting to go for the heavier bag for his third load attempt. Ten seconds left. Well fought by both these athletes. Up next, while we reset these bags, I'm gonna need Nate Jones and Anthony Eckerson. Nate Jones and Anthony Eckerson. Hernie Pena, you are on deck alongside Josh Hendrickson with Quinn Romasco and Alec Patron in the hole.
Hey everybody, we are back. Well, you guys have already been back, but we took a little bit too long to get back to the table here, so sorry about that.
Our bad.
Our bad.
Let's see what we missed.
What did we miss? It looks like our 80-kilo men are now...
Oh, we only missed the first one.
We missed the first one. That's forgivable. So we had Rocky Rappacelli and Daniel Denny go in that first heat. Rocky is going to get 2 bags in 23.48 seconds, and then Daniel is going to get 3 bags in 47.61 seconds. So again, these guys are doing a 250 and 275 bag. The height on the bars are 46 and 50 inches.
Oh, that's nice.
What is?
Those heights.
No. No, they're not.
Yeah, well, so loading events for men is typically 52 inches as a standard height.
Yeah.
So...
Which is a 5'7" gentleman.
And I will say, yes, and lately in Strongman...
I would say is rude.
They have been, some contests have been changing the heights for the lighter weight classes because the athletes are significantly shorter and the weights are getting so heavy.
Yeah.
So I like it.
All right, so
it's
we
still
got
hard.
Nate Jones and Anthony Eckerson.
This is still going to be very challenging. So earlier, nice lifts by both of those guys. We talked about the vertical pick versus the horizontal pick, and you'll see one of each here. Typically, the horizontal pick is going to be a little bit easier to load because the vertical one, you have to be really careful to get the bottom of the bag to clear the bar. So Nate is going to have to just extend a little higher than Anthony will because he's taking, or sorry, other way around, reverse. Anthony will have to extend higher than Nate.
And Anthony's doing a good, he's doing a great job.
He's doing a great job of it. It works
extending.
for him. He did switch to the horizontal for that heavier bag, which was a smart move. Really good time for him there.
He was able to get it over a lot faster that way too. And it looks like Nate is not going to quite get that 275
So there's
bag.
a 60-second cap on this event, but every rep will count, and there's a split time taken for each one. So getting in an event where not everyone is going to finish, getting as many as you can, as quickly as you can, is going to put you in a good position. So Anthony finished all 4 reps in 47.18, making him the leader so far, and Nate did 3 reps in 27.26.
You know, we were late, but in our defense, we were watching classic. The classic
bodybuilding is my favorite category.
Other side of the event.
I was
feel
walking.
like that's a decent excuse.
I was walking right past, and then I heard the announcer say,
classic.
to do their favorite classic pose, and I was like, I put the brakes on, literally backed up, and was like, this is my favorite. And I thought we weren't coming on until now.
Yeah. Well, we're good. Everything's fine.
We're here now.
All right.
Sorry, team.
All right, so we're going to have Herney and Josh.
Oh my gosh, the heat of the nicest guys.
The nice guy heat.
But very competitive.
They're very competitive athletes also.
You can be both.
Both
Look at
moving
them go.
really well with that 250. Herney with the height advantage.
Chucked that.
He tossed that.
So we did see some competitors this morning too throw the bags really far.
Yeah.
And then their carries were really short.
Oof, these guys are neck and neck right now.
This is so fun.
And Herney is going to get
with a
it
slight
done.
edge.
Josh
Yes.
right behind
Oh
him.
my God, right on his
Still
heels.
a good time for Josh too. So both of these guys able to get
Now
all
Herney's
4
like,
bags.
Josh, come hug me, come hug me. I love them.
All right, so Herney is going to get 4 in 24 seconds, and then Josh right behind him with 4.
I think those are the
25.8.
fastest times that we've seen from any athlete all day today.
I think so. Yeah, we'd have to go back and look, but yeah,
but
those are
really,
pretty quick.
Really good. I always say we're not going to be those people that are like, oh my God, I love him, but I can't help it.
Yeah, a lot of times these live feeds turned into kind of a popularity contest, and we
know
try to
her.
keep that in
We
check.
try and keep that to a minimum, but it's hard when
It's like,
it's
oh
those
my God,
guys.
they're so great. I love them so much. I can't.
That one time in 2019 when we hung out at the Arnold.
Yeah, we try to do our best in that.
We're not here to name drop. We're just here to tell you who's doing what.
Yeah.
But I'm always happy to point out when someone's a quality human.
Yes.
Speaking of, we've got Quinn Ramasco and Alec Patron. Again, just 1 point separating these guys on the podium.
And these guys have been going back and forth all weekend. So this will be a really exciting heat.
both
And,
talented athletes, both good at this, should be good at this event, good movers, as they've already shown, strong.
Alec
so
in particular has been smashing moving events this weekend.
they split those.
They did, but I'm just saying the one that I can't remember which one it was that Alec, like, he just handily destroyed everybody on that one carry.
So this is, and again, whoever, if there is a tie, the tie is broken by whoever wins this event. So for these guys, like if Quinn wins this, he's in a good position to win the overall, but he will need to beat Alec to even have a shot at that.
Yeah.
Which he's doing right now.
Quinn
We'll
is
see.
on to the last bag. Alec on to the last bag. And it looks like Quinn is going to get it done.
So we'll see. This is going to be really close.
And
Because
Quinn,
multiple athletes got all 4 bags, we're going to have to wait for the times to come in to see where they end up. But Quinn did absolutely the best he could to put himself in a position to win the overall there.
Yeah, so Quinn is going to get credit for 4 bags in 33.78
Holy moly,
seconds.
exactly what I said was going to happen. So Quinn and Alec are, as of right now, the second, tied in the overall points. But because the tie is broken, at least it was this morning. Let me fact check this, make sure it's the same for the pros. Yes, event 6 serves as the first tiebreaker. So with the tie in points between Quinn and Alec, Quinn won this event with a time of beat Alec in this event with a time of 33.78, which puts him then in the lead for the overall. It does not get any closer than that.
No, it does not. And Herney pulling out the win on that event with...
He had 2 event wins today.
He did, yeah, 24 seconds.
And that actually, it looks like, is going to put him on the podium.
It is,
So
yeah.
he came into today not
on the podium.
Not
I don't
on the
believe,
podium.
And has really fought his way back.
Yeah, by a good margin, actually.
Yeah.
And then with those 2 event wins. So really solid day 2.
Just edged out Josh by just 1 point.
This was fun.
It was exciting.
Anybody that says that the lightweight athletes aren't fun and exciting to watch is out of their
you're nuts.
darn minds.
You're nuts. I mean, every category, every weight category, every gender category in strongman is exciting. If you don't agree, your opponent.
Find a different sport to be a yucky person. It's real hard to censor myself on. Go be mean somewhere else.
Stop
no,
being boring.
it's been super exciting weekend in all the classes, including the Masters.
So they're going to be resetting the heights and the weights here for the women. So the women, the 64-kilo women will be doing 175, 200, and the heights will be 42 and 46. So we're going to have one competitor running solo. That's going to be Joanne Hagedorn. And then there will be a head-to-head battle between Carly Oliveira and Colleen Mulcahy.
Same deal as we had with Quinn and Alec, where Carly is 1 point behind. So if she wins this event, she will win the overall. So Colleen needs to beat her.
Yes.
To maintain her current position. Exciting stuff. Looks like, yeah, we have a second while they're finalizing the heights. I'm just going to go back in time. Let's see, because Carly did this exact event this morning. So she did lighter bag, so it was 150, 175, and she came in first in the Masters in that and did 4 loads in 32.51. So we'll see if she can beat her time from this morning with slightly heavier weights and slightly higher bars. But she
also did a really super exciting flip over a bar.
She did do a flip over the bar.
I keep bringing it up, but I guess can't.
If you didn't watch that this morning, go back on the live feed and go ahead and
check it out.
Do a little replay of Carly's exciting bar flip.
Twirl over the bar.
She looked really happy when she was.
She did, yeah. I mean, everybody was happy.
Everybody was happy. I was a little afraid, but also happy.
Yeah. All right, and Joanne is just about ready to go. 175, 200, 42, and 46 on the heights.
Timers ready.
And she is off. That is the 175 bag for Joanne. Nice extension to get that over the bar. Going to move on to that 200-pound bag. Taking a minute to get that kind of worked up on the chest there.
That's the move. It's going to make for taking that extra time at the beginning is going to make for an easier carry and then less time resetting.
Nice job. Good
just
extension.
the right height.
Hopefully
she
can
hold
get
it there
the
to reset her hands.
There we go. Now at this point, the athletes can choose to either do the heavier bag or the lighter bag. Smart move by Joanne here. I think the lighter bag is the way to go. See if she can get one more point for that bag. It's just not there.
She is smiling though.
Yes, absolutely. It's been a long weekend for these athletes.
We're going to reset these weights, and I need Carly Oliveira and Colleen Mulcahy to lanes 1 and 2 respectively.
Wow. So we got our last 2 athletes in our last event of the day, and then we are going to be done. Sad, but also just record timing for any type of national
just
type
remarkable
event. Yeah, good planning, good execution by the team here.
It's a good crew.
All right, now pay attention. This is going to go quick.
This is going to go quick, and this is a pretty much, unless something wild happens, this is a winner-take-all scenario.
This will decide 1 and 2.
Carly already took home a first place.
Oh, and a drop for Colleen.
That's going to give Carly the gap that she might need. Oh, my God.
And Carly also chucked that 175 bag.
Yeah, which is going to make her second carry much... Oh, and she's going to go right into
the heavier bag.
Again.
Big extension. Oh, good work. There. Colleen right behind.
This is going to be, if my math is right, for the win.
I think
for Carly.
There's
there she
the
goes.
twirl. She waited until the event was over this time, so that
Yeah.
was nice. All right, Colleen, let's get this done.
On the second crossbar, not the first this time.
Oh, just not quite high enough. See if she can get that a little higher. Oh my gosh. Oh. I think she's okay. I think she
Yeah,
just
she
ran out of
seems okay.
steam.
Yeah, she's nodding. She
She's
seems
good.
fine.
Yeah, she's just trying to find her way back to reality.
So, again, if my
And she's up. Round
math
of applause
is
for
right,
Colleen.
that's going to give Carly the win on this event, and because of the way that, so typically in like a local competition we would go to a count back, so whoever won the most first place finishes, in which case Colleen would be the winner. But the tiebreaker that the athletes knew ahead of time, that is published, the tiebreaker for this competition is the placement in the last event. So with that tie and Carly winning that last event, that means
should be
she is
first
going to
place.
take home first place in Masters and first place in the Pro,
In the 64 Pro category.
which
So
is super impressive.
really impressive work from Carly.
There's a lot of events.
It is. You guys, we're done. I think let's
Here's what happens next.
Yeah, so what's going to happen next is these guys are going to get cleaned up. They're going to build us a little podium set up here for the 80 kilo men and the 64 kilo women's awards. It'll just take them a few minutes probably. They're actually already building their little pedestals there. They're just going to move these yokes out of the way.
We should talk about the money again. We didn't bring that up again today. So there's good prize money on the line here.
Yeah.
For these athletes as well, which is thanks in large part to our sponsors, Zone Smelling Salts, Serious Steel Fitness, Cerberus, and Odd Objects. And again, you guys tuning in, your shares, your comments, interactions, that helps us build sponsorship, and that helps grow the sport. That helps to make this whole process for the athletes.
Yeah.
Also, you know, when we want the pros to feel like pros. They've worked really hard to be here, and the more we can start putting money back into the sport, the better. So thank you guys for everything that you've contributed to that. First place in men's and women's will each get $5 grand, second $2 grand, third $1,000, and then $500 for all the placings after that. So paying these athletes, definitely not what we're not up to what they're worth, which is priceless, but making huge strides, and we love to see an organization that's paying men and women equally.
Yes.
Because everybody put on a heck of a show and deserves.
Yeah, you put your you put your health on the line.
Yes.
Doing this. I mean, I know it's voluntary.
And your
so-
happiness.
Yeah, and your sanity and your happiness.
Your family life,
family
all those
life.
things.
But yeah, no, it's been a really great weekend. All these athletes have really put in some great work. All the masters did phenomenal jobs. Again, sponsors, can't do it without them. Zone Smelling Salts, Serious. Oh my God.
Serious Steel Fitness.
Serious Steel Fitness. I can never spit that out.
Cerberus and Odd
Cerberus
Objects.
and Odd Objects. And of course, Iron Vision, handling this amazing live feed this
Thumbs
whole
up to
time,
them.
giving them a thumbs up off camera over there. All the volunteers, James and crew for planning and executing a really, really well done event. You know, the Broward County Convention Center for hosting, Fort Lauderdale, Florida.
Even though it's been real cold in here.
It has been really cold. Like, it's like a cruel joke to be in a warm place and then just freeze all day for 2 days because of air conditioning. But we wised up today. Brought some of the gear from back up north.
But thank you guys again for tuning in. I think we are going to.
Yeah, we're going to sign off.
However, you should stay on because the awards will be on the live feed as well. So especially if you've got friends and fam who are going to be on the podium, definitely stay tuned in for that. And stay tuned also to the Strongman Corporation website, to all of our socials. Make sure you tag us in all your pictures and stuff from the weekend so we can share them. Thanks also to the media teams that are out here, Derek and Shelly and Zero Dark 30, taking pictures and video. That's all going to be on the socials, so make sure you follow them as well. Again, all of that helps build momentum for the sport, and that's ultimately what we're all here for. Like, we love Strongman, we love the community, and the more that we can interact with it publicly, the better that the sport is and can grow, and we can continue to contribute to it.
Positive, and you know. But also, I was going to say, also thank you again to Michael, as I choked it up, Michael De La Pava from Battle Axe Gym in Miami for supplying some equipment, and Costin Sutton. It's up in one of the Carolinas. I can't remember whether it's north or south.
They're both the same.
No, one's the one that you continuously
Oh, that's
get
right, North Carolina.
Yeah.
I got one speeding ticket there, and I'll never go back.
Never live it down either. But yeah, thanks to those guys for supplying equipment. You know, not everybody has this weird crap laying around. We used to, but we don't anymore.
All right, it looks like we are getting ready for awards. So thank you again, guys, for tuning in. We're going to turn you over to the awards crew. And
thank you, guys. We appreciate you. Thanks for the kind comments. And
we'll see you at the next one.
We'll see you at the next one. See you guys.
Feelies out.
Feelies out.
We'll be starting awards very soon, ladies and gentlemen. We're going to make sure we've got all of our athletes accounted for and wrangled. We're going to make sure we have all of our athletes accounted for and wrangled, folks. So we're going to start off. We're going to call up all of our competitors. I want to recognize each and every one of you, starting with Rocky Raposelli. Come on up. As well as Daniel Denny, come on up. We're going to recognize each and every one of your efforts. Nate Jones, come on up. Anthony Eckerson, I hope our names are touching on the FBI watch list. And I've got Herney, the Points Pirate Pena, come on up.
No, sorry, he's a third. Oh, I did a sort.
My apologies, folks. Okay, so all right, guys, up next, I'm gonna need Josh Hendrickson. Josh Hendrickson, come on up. We're gonna recognize you for your podium finish. Podium finish at
Third place is Herney.
Sorry, Herney Pena, the Points Pirate Pena, come on up to take your third place. Staying true to the name, playing the points game, coming on up with an excellent second day come up. And I'm going to need, by a very, very, very close margin, I'm going to need Alec Patron. Alec Patron, come on up, take your second place finish. And ladies and gentlemen, I present to you America's strongest man under 80 kilograms, Quinn Romasco. Quinn Romasco, come on up. I forget what branch it is that he served in, but let's get him some crayons anyway. Ladies and gentlemen, America's strongest man, 80 kilogram class, 2024. Scooch on in, guys. Fantastic. Manlet pride worldwide. Beautiful sportsmanship, beautiful sportsmanship. All right, ladies and gentlemen, I'm gonna need all of my America's Strongest Women to wait for their names. We've got in third place, Joanne Hagedorn. Joanne Hagedorn, come on up. Take your third place podium finish. And in second place, Colleen, I need Colleen to come on up to take her second place finish. Colleen Mulcahy. And finally, America's Strongest Woman under 64 kilograms, Carly Oliveira. Carly Oliveira. And what a heart-stopping last event that was. Fantastic. Look at all these lovely ladies. This has been America's Strongest Man and Woman, ladies and gentlemen, 2024. Big shout out to all of our staff and crew. Big shout out to James. Big shout out to Nate. Alan Colley, the Owens, just about everyone, way too many to name.